Namaskar, good morning, good day, Assalamu alaikum. This is Suraj Singh, International Professional Engineer, India, Chartered Engineer, India, Bharat, speaking from NCR, Faridabad, Bharat, India. This is May 20, 2020. May 20, 2020. Another day of this year and another successive day for SARS-2 COVID-19, a, a power that has stopped whole world, a superpower that has captured whole world. This we can say is fact without any justification. It is automatically justified that they say world is fighting with corona, but it is fighting or it is correcting whole world is something else to understand. I'm not saying corona is there and we should be happy. No one should be happy when there is a problem, but this problem is our own created. COVID-19 SARS to we call it. SARS you know very well, severe acute respiratory syndrome. Second it is, and this is COVID, that is coronavirus or infectious disease. Coronavirus disease and year 2019. I'm not going to numbers technology here, but one line itself I've told many times. It's very effective in a sense. It's like fire, entry of fire, or in struggle, hard work, delay. So by chance, its number came to 2019, not 2020, though its major portion is working in 2020. But see how numbers are together. 21, I mean to say 19 is working here in its title and not 2020. 19, as I understand, a number in spiritual science, in a spiritual exponent world, it is entry of fire, or you can say struggle, or delay, or what you call hard work, or you can say whatsoever you can say. There's so many properties attributed to that, and one is their entry, exit, lead, authority. So it is showing its authority, it is showing its lead, it is showing its tracking, also backtrack, and again power and fire and delay. So everything has been set on fire, everything has been set on delay, everything is struggling, human is struggling, buildings are struggling, cars are struggling, everyone is struggling because everything is stopped. We may be happy. People are happy. Some people who do not know complete details, they are happy. Oh, we will defeat this, or we will. Whom shall you defeat? You do not know who is this. Question of defeating arises only when we know someone, but here we know nothing. Whom you want to defeat? Just for your self-satisfaction, we are stating, oh, we will defeat it, or we have defeated it. Some heads of state say, oh, we have defeated it. Well, let them be happy. This is politics, and I'm not involved in politics. Politicians never care for all this. They always always interested in money. Still they are bad. Because there was a time in November, in December, in January, when you can say competition was created among the nations which starts lockout first. Who is locking out? So one starts lockdown, another starts lockdown, then third starts lockdown. Ultimately, whole world was locked down, and it is now going to Brazil and to Africa and everywhere. All curve encompassing map of world of continental area has been barricaded by power of COVID-19. Armies of COVID-19 are guarding all borders of world, not country, world I'm saying. Borders of world are being guarded by, secured by Corona, which we cannot see. And Corona has so far been very successful because it is combating world. It does not care for which country is this. It starts combating whole world. And now it will start. It's not yet. It has taken position successfully, and people are thinking it has gone. This is human being. Human thinks it is gone. Human doesn't understand where did it come, so human says it is gone. Now let them say that and be happy. This is a work of nature. No one understands this so far. There are thousands of scientists in the world. If scientists could not reach to any conclusion or could not wherever how what about this origin and what it shall do in future, and more cyclones also coming in addition to that. So this means some work of nature is ongoing. And I'm an engineer. I am also semi, you can say semi spiritualist also. I understand what's happening around, and with that I'm saying that every third day, there is a instant thunderstorm coming everywhere instantly for 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 4 minutes, 5 minutes. I'm not talking about the cycles for 200 kilometers. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about instant, very minor, every two or third day, second day, fourth day. You'll find higher temperature and then cyclone. Example, yesterday for temperature was 41 degrees, 38 degrees, 39 degrees, varying in data, but 2 or 3 minutes thunderstorm, which actually is not thunderstorm. I should not say that. This is not thunderstorm. This is movement of some unknown power, because those are very powerful beings and those are very electromagnetic powers which are on the highest speed, and they stir everywhere because they're very powerful. Instantly they start going. There's a movement of this virus, can say, or you can say soul of virus, and I believe in souls. And openly I'm saying I believe in souls, justified because I know there is soul, and those souls are now working here, and we are challenging them, but we can't challenge, no more power to challenge them. Yes, it's all we challenge them, will defeat them. Unfortunately, we should not say that. Rather than we should respect them and request them, please go. That we are not doing. We're just in a more, we'll defeat them, every country is saying, and no one has power to defeat that. If this goes, it will go on sound. It shall not care about any injection, it shall not care about medicine or vaccine. This is all our internal soul's virus. We think we can defeat it. You cannot defeat it, forget it. It's not a virus actually, it's attack on humanity. Attack by unknown, and which unknown we shall never know. Human has to come out from abuse of earth. It is human who destroyed this. It is human who is responsible for this virus, so-called virus. It is human that destroyed everything what our God created. So human must be punished, and is being punished. And it will be punished continuously. Don't worry, it stopped. No. You may lock down or you may not lock. That's your problem, not virus problem. It never said lockdown, and by your lockdown also you got nothing. Still, it is working, it's moving. More than 100,000 Americans have lost their life. Officially, they say, unofficially, how many times it is, every country is saying that if you go from this end of world to that end and that end to this end, north to south, or east to west, you'll find every other cow that thousands and thousands and thousands of people have lost their lives, of all ages, not of some defined age. Seniors, veterans to kids, all have been affected, and not only by this, in some areas, even posted COVID, this is Kawasaki is also attacking kids, swelling their organs, and blood is changing, moving to the body, and the reddish surface and everything. So don't think it's so easy. When God punishes public, it punishes like that, and this is happening everywhere. You all are responsible in destroying Earth gradually. All, not one country, not two country. Some are abusing it and some are re-abusing it, and people are not helping environment. They are not helping Earth. So this must be resolved. And this is right, means you are not responsible for this property. It's not your property, yet you are playing with this property. You never contributed anything to this property. Human beings did not contribute anything, just abuse this property. We take crops from this, we take our food from this, we take fruits from this, we take everything from internal portion of earth, and then we are deteriorating, cutting it, day by day hammering it, and then we say that there is a problem, there shall be a problem, everything, because you are disturbing equilibrium, dynamic equilibrium, centrifugal equilibrium, and stationary equilibrium. Everything we have disturbed, and every day we are doing that without thinking who shall replenish these losses. We never think. So physical energy be converted to kinetic energy, and that kinetic energy be converted to usable energy. It is happening day by day. And again, wealth comes into mind, not stability of earth. And if earth is going to be destabilized, then humanity cannot exist at all. You will find thunderstorms, you will find cyclones, you will find earthquakes, you will find all changes in atmosphere, and ultraviolet is that now ultraviolet is going to be 11, 12. I'm surprised that this is month of May, and May 20 or May 19 yesterday, I saw temperature was 40 or 39, and UV index, the ultraviolet index was 11. You yourself see it's not that much, May is not that much, but ultraviolet is 11, despite there is less pollution. So pollution has no relation to that. You can say 11 means it can puncture, it can damage your skin if it's exposed to, but yet it's better to take something from this also for your enhancement or for your immunity, a positive immunity in the body. If you can do that, that's fine. That's up to you if you can tolerate that. But unfortunately, people are not very strong. They are not very healthy these days. Those people were healthy in past few years, in the decades of 50s and 40s and 30s, used to work hard in homes and in fields in the agricultural field. They were very strong because they used to eat pure materials, pure food. Now we are adulterated, and not only food is adulterated, our minds are adulterated. We are thinking only in one aspect, and it is how to make money, as money is life and nothing is life. So God is giving you money but taking your bodies now. So don't worry about that. You are also in line one day, and if you don't amend your nature, if you don't amend your character, your behavior, we shall also be taught a lesson. Whole life has changed just in a couple of months. It started from December, January, February, March. So you can say in 4 or 5, 6 months, complete lifestyle has changed. Now teachers, 5% for England says, oh no, 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 no. We can't open schools now. 95% teachers say, no, no, it's not good. 5%, no, 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 we do not go to school. I mean to say only 5% say open schools, 95% teachers say no, it's not right time. While politicians say no, open schools. This is, politicians on one end and public on other end. Politicians don't think of anything, they think only for progress and economy, while public think of survival. If you do not survive, what's the meaning of economy? That man you understand it, whatever country it is. America, a so-called considered, you can say, superpower, though it's not. It has been established now that no one is superpower in the world. Yet, no problem, relatively we can say, but it could not manage, see, it could not manage this critical time successfully, and it's in no way successful, you can say. They have enough money, they can buy whatever. See time, a country which was supposed to be best in medical services is worst this time. They don't have adequate doctors, they don't have nurses, they don't have required equipment. And this is not only for US, it's for all countries. Go to England, same thing. Go to US, sorry, go to Europe, same thing. Means God has actually indirectly opened your eyes. Be ready for everything. I am telling you that. I mean, so God says, I'm telling you, you are not ready. I know that you are a weak society. Though it is killing you, but also God is also directing you, suggesting you without speaking that you are deficient. All countries, you raise your standards. Keep ready all this, because this is maybe this virus. In follow up, there will be another virus, and then another virus. So this moves on and on and on, and we should understand this fact. When we understand this fact, we shall not be in any problem. But unfortunately, what happens when you don't have equilibrium of self? One side is economy, one end is economy, and one end is knowledge, and one end is social values. So when you don't have equilibrium in all these conditions, you will certainly find we are just running for sake of economy. We are just running for sake of how to make more money, how to make more production, how to raise your GDP. Only one destiny people have. They have stopped sciences. They have stopped knowledge. They have. If you see in our country, what's value of sciences these days? No value. What's value of education these days? No value. Even if you have worked hard, you have become an engineer or doctor. You don't think of to continue in that. Maximum people leave that profession, join where more packages available. So what does it mean? It means your education is only an objective to get money and not to serve a nation or serve society. If you don't develop sciences and engineering, if you don't develop technologies, how can you move further? Money comes only because of technology, not because of something else. If you destroy technology, stop it, don't develop it, and then just think of money all the time, you cannot make country, you cannot survive. You must get then adversities like this. You must get adversarial attacks like this. I have got in. Maybe you don't agree with me, but you have to agree one day. Because if you disturb nature, nature shall disturb you. Because you are linked with nature. If you transfer any negative energy, sorry, negative energy to nature, that repulsion would be to you back. And if you do service to nature, that will be back to you. Nature has given you for eat to crops. So every provision has been by nature, not now. Since nature was started, since Earth was created, solar system was created, everything has been available. But you don't value that, because when something is with you, you don't mean that, don't value that. That's only so certain countries like our country, like many other countries which are fertile, which are fertile land, they never valued what they had, and those who did not have, they valued them. So this is difference means still now we are not valuing our, we are not, example is we are spoiling our people. What more you want? Our people, I'm talking about crores of industries. I feel it really. I feel it not by heart, by mind. Our people, they are not valuing. Who will value? Our crores workers in industries who have left their jobs have been pushed out, you can say both ways. They are walking on roads in sun. It's not winter, it's their present. They have no food, they have no water with them. They are struggling, just walking on road to reach their homes. They are our people. They are not foreigners. Even if they are foreigners, it's not international right to have them, but they are our people. They don't have their own cars. They don't have buses they can try and go. Their buses are only their legs. Their cars on their legs. And these politicians, they should not be called politicians, in fact. Politician is not, he should be human, but they are not humans, unfortunately. Politics should keep off from this action. Is here is a problem throughout the world, and you are busy in politics. You are rubbish. Whatever you are, whoever you are, you have to be human. You're not considering those people. You are talking your drama. You are busy in your actions. Your drama baji, your poetic world, imaginations, declaration of policies, celebrating your ears. You are not interested in your people. Who brought you to this power? Without whom you will stones, nothing. Stones lying on road, kick here and kick there, goes there. So you don't value your people. What sort of animals you are, I can say. This is animal tendency. I am regretful. I'm regretful, really. These political parties, particularly those in power, they are rascals. They are devils. Clearly speak, one should speak clearly. Why to hide something? One should speak clearly. Why should I worry about them? Am I paid by them? Am I their servant? I am speaking on behalf of my nation, on behalf of public, as an individual. It's my right to express my views, and I'm expressing. These are my people. These are your people. These are country's people. And these are world's people. They are citizens of this country. Even if they are not citizens, they are human beings. So why don't we consider as human? You did something without knowing anything. You did something without even knowing what aftermath would be. So, okay, you made one mistake, better correct that. Rather than correcting that, you are making another mistake, another mistake, another mistake. This means you are not human being. You do not want to amend. Best person is that. Suppose I make a mistake and I discover I made a mistake, or somebody tells me, "Suraj, you have done this." Sorry, I'll try to set it right. This is my error. If error is there, should be accepted. That is profession. Error can be committed by anybody. This is not intentional. I should apologize for that if I did that, and should take the right path to correct that as much as possible, so that it comes back to real existence. If I don't care for that, and I say no, it's my ego question, my nose value, I don't want to listen to you, then you cannot lead world, you cannot lead your country, you cannot lead your society. Yes, I know there are various classes of society. Some people don't care about others. I understand that. But forget, you are not honor of these people. Remember, political people, you are not honor of this public. This public has same value as you have. You are citizen, they are citizen. You are having some position because of them, not because of you. And if you don't value them, first God will not value you, second they will not value you. Don't expect that you will be happy in your life. Always there is action and reaction formula. It applies to you as well. So what drama you are doing? If somebody is trying to help them because you did not help them, had you helped them, they would have no such problem, because you skipped help. You tried to ignore them. Mazdoor. I'm very angry with this one now. One who says Mazdoor, I don't like that definition, that term Mazdoor. What does Mazdoor means? Have you ever thought of it? Majdoor means what? What is Maj and what is Dur? Did you ever think of? Maj means maja. Maj means pleasure. Maj means enjoy. Be happy. Maja aa gaya. And Dur means distance. Distance. You are distant from enjoying. You are distant from pleasure. That is Mazdoor. Of course, they are having no pleasure in life. They are living distance from all facilities. That's why you are calling them Mazdoor. But what is difference between you and them? Only because you are enjoying air-conditioned room, you are enjoying BMW and other cars, you are enjoying very good life, you are taking very good food, you have no problem, you never walk on road, you never walk in sun, you don't have any such problem. That's why you don't know what life is. They know this. They never enjoy life. They don't have pleasure in life. They always work from morning till evening. So you can say they are struggling. They are remaining distant from every pleasure in life, every happiness in life, every wealth in life. They are having only that much money that they can make their livings together. So you are calling them Mazdoor. Who is Mazdoor? You have to define yourself. I do not consider them Mazdoor because, first of all, they are not my slaves. I have no right to keep them off pleasure. I have every right to help them that they live same level of life as we live. Work is one end and right is another end. They have every right to laugh. They have every right to be happy. They have every right to sing. They have every right to enjoy. They have every right. But who am I to say you keep off? Whatever money they have, they may enjoy. Work is your duty. When you give them work, it's their right, it's your right, it's their duty, it's your duty to let them work and give you production, and you pay them. You facilitate them. That is fundamental. No one can deny this fact. If someone denies that fact, that man is foolish. Nothing else. So that extent is fine. But remember, this is social state. Socialism applies here in our constitution. Read that preamble. We people of this country, India, Bharat, having solemnly resolved to constitute our country, Bharat, India, into what? Sovereign, socialist, secular, democratic republic, right? And then there are certain positions of justice and chance, opportunities, all that is given there. Now, question is socialism. Out of 5 attributes, socialism is there. And what is socialism? I find there's no much difference between socialism and communism. Communism supports poor people. It says that everything belongs to state. Same thing, socialism says everything belongs to society. Even if you are rich, you are trustee of being rich. You are not fundamentally rich. This richness doesn't belong to you. This belongs to land. This means socialism. So yes, you are using that riches because of certain rights you have enjoyed. But this is basically not yours, remember. This is relatively yours, not absolutely, or you can say in first principle, this is not yours. This belongs to everyone who is member of this society, this state. So your constitution itself says that they are socialist people, and you are socialist PM, or you are socialist whatever you can say. You are having that status of constitution of this country. Why don't you understand? Why don't you analyze that? If you cannot analyze it, cannot understand, then you are not competent prime minister, you are not competent government, you are not competent MP, you are not competent MLA, and you are neither and none competent. Now they are walking because of whom? Because of you. They are not walking because of their pleasure. They have been forced to walk. And you are responsible, your CMs are responsible. On top of that, we people of this country are responsible. When we say we people of this country, they are also people of this country. So part of the people have tarnished part of the people. There's a conflict now. We people this side, we people that side. Both. One is enjoying, sleeping, don't worry about them. PM says, don't worry about them. PM told challenge says, oh, forget them. I am enjoying them. My declaration is important than them. My celebration is important than them. Oh, they are donkeys, forget them. This is a clarification. This is a tacit statement. Why don't you show their news? They are my people, may not be prime minister's people, citizens' people they are. Every citizen has a right to say and a duty to say, these are my people. When I say Article 51A of Constitution of India, which says fundamental duties of citizen, I have to abide by Constitution. That is first right and duty of mine. I have to abide by Constitution of India, abide by flag of India, anthem of India. This is my basic duty. So if Prime Minister does not think of them, Prime Minister is not doing his duty, basic duty. If television channels do not think them, they are not doing their duty. And if public doesn't think, public is not doing its duty. All are criminals in that way. Public, half public is fool, half public is intelligent. But all are silent, unfortunately. What for? I don't know. Why are they silent? Why they support injustice? Why do they support criminal action? Prime Minister has done criminal action. Ministers have done criminal action. Television channels have done criminal action. Chief Ministers are doing criminal action. All are involved in crime. Why? Because people are silent. I least bother about all those politicians. They are just my servants and nothing else. Nothing and nothing else. You don't bother about people of this country means you are not from this country, you are from somewhere else. You have been imposed onto us by someone else. This implies that. These people were thrown out of homes by your orders because they didn't know what's planning, they didn't know what's management. And if you can't know that, you have no right to be seated in this position they are doing now. You are liability on nation, and you are involving public in crime. Those innocent people who can't understand you very well, who can't understand Constitution very well, maybe Supreme Court says something, I least bother about that. Supreme Court is also part of government now. It's not independent, but they are my people, remember? And when they are, I say my people, It's not me alone. It's you also. You too. And if you don't accept that, you are also a part of crime. Maybe law here doesn't punish you, but don't forget super judiciary is there. That is super judiciary, much above than every judiciary. Your Supreme Court is zero if you compare to that judiciary. That judiciary does not listen to any political party. That judiciary is very genuine, and that judiciary has ordered this coroner to come here to earth because judiciary fed up with all people are criminals. All people are criminals. All leaders are criminals. From one end to another end, all are criminals. This is happening. So if you torture my country people, those poor people, if you annoy them, if you force them to do this, you won't be spared. Remember, you won't be spared. Maybe they are poor, they don't have any power, they can't say anything. But listen to their hearts, listen to their conscience, listen to their feeling. You have resources to help them. It's your resource for these people. It's not your resource for yourself. So if you can't make use of these resources, you are not doing your job. There are more than 12,000 trains in this country. 12,000 trains, more than that. There's lakhs of buses in this country. It's all under your control. And it's very small demand that they must reach their homes just like you are in your home. Why are you in your home? Then you go and sit on road. If you have right to stay home, they have also right to stay home. Who are you to deny this facility? You do that. If you cannot do that, you resign and go. If you cannot do that, or do it, or wait for judgment from God. Wait for judgment from God. See G News, bloody hell G News. Now there are 28 cases out of 51 they investigated. Out of 51, 28 are positive COVID. Do you know that? No, they won't show. There are 3,000 people working in that organization. Out of 51, there are 28 positive. About, you can say, more than 50%. So you can say out of those 3,500, how many would be? This was not read in news, but this is fact. Noida office of G sealed by themselves. They are relaying this from somewhere else. So God punishes everyone. They played a lot in name of religion, which should not be done, because this is some attack, not because of religion. This is because of something else. In Saudi, some professor wrote something about Islamophobia, and he has been terminated. This is Bhakt, another Bhakt. Why are you in Saudi Arabia, first of all? Mr. Professor, Doctor, why did you go there? Did you go there to write about Islam or to teach students? They honored you. They extended to you a facility. They appointed you in some professor position. For what? That you teach their students. You are a learned man. Why are you talking of Hindu-Muslim? After all, this is not your job. You are a professor there. You are respected. You are honored. Then why are you interested in speaking something about some religion? Are you their appointed religion teacher? No. This was not your duty, but you did that. You are a professor. You are not a student. You are not a clerk. You are not some LDC. You are not a computer operator. You are a professor. A very respected position in university. And you are talking something about Islam. Why, after all? This means you are not educated. You are having degree, doctorate degree, but you are not educated. You don't understand what society is, what nation is, what international world is. You don't understand that. Educated person should understand religion is nothing. If educated people, scholars people, just talk of this nonsense, how can humanity survive? I understand fundamentalist and all those idiots are here. I don't value about them. But a person who has doctorate in any field, who is a scholar, who is a professor, who teaches students for their future, who writes for their future, who builds their future, such a powerful knowledge person. And if that person falls so low to write something bad about someone, is it acceptable? It's not acceptable. I respect all religion, but I do not follow any religion because religion is imagination. It's not a proven fact. No religion. All are hypothetical. All are in DRG. We can't prove them. They are DRG power. They are not science power. Yes, it's up to them. It's your personal relation to God, whatever way you worship God, whatever you remember. No second person should come in that way. That is a relation established between yourself and God. So you enjoy that, you follow that. But why do you bring that issue in public? You are much knowledgeable. You can analyze everything, Mr. Professor. You can do whatever you want. You are a learned person. But you forgot that when you wrote that because somebody else dominated your mind, some politician or some group of people, they dominated your mind without having your understanding of that. You could not understand what you wrote. You could not understand why did you write what you did. So punishment is not issue. What you got termination, fine, that's okay. That's that country's rule. You should be given more punishment on that actually. Because you talked against humanity. If you talk about whatever religion, if you criticize Hindu, you criticize Islam, you criticize whatever religion, it's all against humanity. I have no right to criticize someone. Yes, explanation I ask. This is my weakness. When somebody tells me something about something, whatever, I have one question already in my mind. Please explain. If I get explanation and I realize that this explanation is logical, it is organical, it is organized, it is scientific, I would not take a single moment to reject that. I will accept it. I will accept it. I will not reject it even justified. I'm sorry, I said I will not. I will reject. I would accept it. I apologize for my wrong statement. I would accept that. If it is justified, it is scientific. If you just say no because I agree, you agree, no, that's not right. Might is right would not work. If you say you are might, I am also might then. Might versus might, how can we move together? Therefore, I suggest everyone, those who can understand, please avoid talks of religion in public. Keep religion or faith to yourself. It's best policy. If you bring this to public and start critics, it won't help someone. It won't help anyone. It won't help you. It won't help me. I am always against this policy. First of all, I do not accept any imaginary knowledge that is imparted to me by someone. If you can prove, okay, I know there is Mahabharata, there is Ramayana, there is Bible related stories, there are Quran related, everything is there. But why to involve with them? We know there is no evidence. Yes, it happened. It's all right. Entertainment, you can say. Belief, you can. Those who believe, believe. Those who believe. It doesn't mean you bring that into your life and start fighting. This life is very small. A period of 60 years, 70 years. And you waste your life if in these kinds of very cheap class activities and not working for your profession, for your job, then you are not qualified for that position where you are in. You pray. Nobody stops you. But why do you interfere in others' affairs? That's what I say. We should be human first. Then we should think of religion. You measure yourself. Are you really human? You have to define yourself what is humanity. I'm not going to define for you. You have to understand what is humanity. You have to understand what are attributes to humanity. And if you cannot decide that, you can ask someone what is humanity. And I'm sure that it's not that big problem that you can't evaluate meaning of what your level of humanity is. Humanity doesn't mean money. Humanity doesn't mean just to think of yourself. You have to decide yourself what is humanity. It's your selfish humanity, or it's public humanity, or it's general humanity. You have to take care of that. For me, humanity means for you, everybody's brother and sister in world. We are all in same family. They say Vasudev Kutam actually. All are family members of same family. This is Vasudev Kutam. Even animals are your family members. Ram taught you clearly, but you could not understand. Krishna taught you clearly, you could not understand. Harishchandra taught you clearly, you could not understand because you don't want to understand anything. No religion book teaches you be enemy to one or other. Nothing teaches you. It's your interpretation only. They say kill everybody. It's your interpretation. You are foolish. You don't want to see documents clearly. No religion says you kill others. No religion says. It's your creation. You are in virus in your mind. You think so. If you have virus in your mind, no one can help you. No one can help you. When you came to this earth, you came free of religion. And when you leave this world, you will go free of religion. This religion is your own creation. Therefore, stop this nonsense. Be human first. Value yourself, respect yourself, value others. And that's what I'm teaching government also. All governments are foreign. Yes, some governments are helping their people. Some are not. Our government is not helping our people. This is nonsense. This government is not doing its job. And this is a sin, I can say. Modi is responsible for this, and all chief ministers are responsible for this. They're all sinners in my mind. In my track, they are all sinners. They are not doing their job. If I have power, I would immediately remove them from their positions if they don't work for public. They are playing in politics, they are playing this and that. That's not right. This emergency time, question of survival of these people, but they are not thinking of that. They are thinking of bus permit. They are thinking of those physical entities which are not important at this moment. Important is that these people must reach their homes, but these politicians are creating problem everywhere. Because these people are like dogs. I should simply clearly say now. They don't have any value as humans should have. Unfortunately, they are leaders in this position. They are seated in those positions, they are powerful, and they are abusing these positions. It is duty of chief minister. It is duty of prime minister to help these people, but they are not helping these people. Others are helping, they are not allowing them help. It's a double crime. It is your duty, your prime minister. It's your duty, your chief minister. Both duty is to help these people. But you are not helping these people. You are playing, you are coming on the way of these people. This means one day, if they die, this is you will be called murderer of those people. In my language, not in legal language. Yeah, you know your immunity granted. We know your immunity. Law will not say anything to you. But it doesn't mean you use that immunity for this purpose. Does it mean that? I see I am an educated person. I don't want to use bad words for you. But you are forcing me. You are forcing me as citizen of this country to use bad words for you because you are not doing your job. And when you are not doing job, I cannot see this injustice. Because if you see injustice, you are also a part of that. You have every right to put me in jail. You can put me in jail, no problem. But I won't stop speaking. I won't stop. Even if I'm approached before a judge, I will blame that judge also because you are also responsible. What for your ears? What is purpose of judge? Duty of judges to protect rights of every citizen, and you are not doing it, Shoti. You are just protecting rights of politicians and not of citizens. This is also a fact of life. This virus has taken what circle, it is spirally moving everywhere, spirally moving. People don't understand this. It's moving spirally. People don't know what's working. It's moving parallel in politics, it's moving economy, it's moving in medical, it's moving here and there and railways, and people are, it's working very efficiently, and people are losing everything. Unfortunately, we are having such type of leadership in our country which got no degree of humanity in its mind. They just want to calculate how many votes I'm going to lose, or how many votes. Forget votes at this moment. Vote is not everything. Public is everything. Of course, there is a question of vote, but not now. If I want to help, that help should go to them. If opposition want to help, let them be. But you are not interested in their name. You think, oh, they have taken your vote bank. These people will not vote me. That point is coming in your mind. Or if they may get some credit, that point also in the, okay, let them take credit. You also have taken credit for so many things. Credit is not a question here. Facts cannot be hidden, cannot be concealed, so you have done that. And this is all due to Corona, all due to COVID, all due to SARS, to COVID-19. COVID-19 has even entered into your minds, has entered your conscience. It's not physically damaging you, it's damaging you spiritually as well. So this COVID is very, very powerful, I should say. It's not that what you are evaluating or measuring its value, it's much more than that. हिंदी में भी थोड़ा बता देते हैं भाई, देश हमारा है, पब्लिक हमारी है, नागरिक हमारे हैं, सड़क हमारी है, ट्रेन हमारी हैं, बसेस हमारी हैं, और यहाँ की हवा भी हमारी है, यहाँ का पानी भी हमारी है, यहाँ के अधिकार भी हमारे हैं, ये देश भी हमारा है। जिनके अधिकार है उसको दिए क्यों नहीं जाते? ये लूट मार किस लिए, हाय हाय किस लिए, ये शोर शराबा किस लिए, ये कमीनापन किस लिए, ये नेतागिरी किस लिए, ये ड्रामेबाजी किस लिए, ये बकवासबाजी किस लिए? मेरे घर तो मुझे जाना है, आप जाने देंगे आराम से तो अच्छा होगा। आपने मुझे घर से निकलने में मदद नहीं की, आपने मुझे वहां से ट्रेन देने में मदद नहीं की, आपने मुझे बस नहीं दी, मुझे आने नहीं दिया, मुझे खाना नहीं दिया, मुझे ढंग से रहने नहीं दिया, और अब भी आप मेरे साथ नहीं खड़े हैं। आप भी मेरे साथ नहीं खड़े हैं, लेकिन आप भूल गए हैं कि जहां आप बैठे हैं वहां बिठाने में आपको मेरा भी कुछ योगदान है। ये आप भूल गए हैं, या आप भूल चुके हैं, क्योंकि आप याद नहीं रखते किस चीज को, एहसान को। जिस चेयर पे आप बैठे हैं, जिस गद्दी पे आप बैठे हैं, वो आप आसमान से नहीं लाए हो, मेरे ही जैसे लोगों ने आपको वहां तक पहुंचाया है। इस बात को आप भूल गए। अगर याद रखते तो अच्छा था। आप क्यों याद रखेंगे? आपको क्या आवश्यकता पड़ी है? आप बड़े आदमी हैं, आप सीटों पर बैठे हैं, आपके पास सारी फैसिलिटी है, आपके यहाँ तो कोई पक्षी भी नहीं घुस सकता, कितनी पावरफुल है। मैं क्या हूँ? मैं गरीब काम करने वाला कर्मचारी, एक छोटा सा आदमी जो सुबह से शाम तक मेहनत करके रोटी कमाता हूँ, खाता हूँ। कुछ पैसे मिल जाते हैं तो शाम का खाना खा लेता हूँ, और आपने मुझे इतना भी नहीं समझा कि मैं रोटी खा लूँ, मेरे बच्चे रोटी खा लें, मेरी परिवार के लोग रोटी खा लें। आपने एक आदेश दिया कि बस सब बंद कर दो, और सब बंद हो गया। आपने ये भी नहीं सोचा कि मेरे पास रोटी के पैसे भी होंगे, मेरे घर में अनाज भी होगा कि नहीं होगा। आपने सब कुछ कल्पना में ले लिया, सब ठीक है, बंद हो जाओ, और हम बंद हो गए। आपने कहा था हम मदद करेंगे, पता नहीं ख्यालों में कहा होगा, मैंने सुना नहीं था। कोई कुछ बोलता है, कोई कुछ बोलता है, मेंढकों की तरह कुएं के, पता कुछ नहीं कुएं के मेंढकों को, समझते हैं कुआ ही संसार है। बाहर आए झील को देखें, बाहर आए नदी को देखें, बाहर आए समुद्र को देखो तो मालूम चलेगा कि दुनिया और भी। लेकिन नहीं, मेरे परिवार के साथ मुझको वहीं बंद कर दिया गया। बाहर निकलना चाहता था तो पुलिस के डंडे खाता था, मकान मालिक किराया मांगता था, खाने को रोटी नहीं थी, पैसे नहीं थे, एक दो दिन के थे, खा लिए, कितने दिन खा लेता। सोचा फिर क्या फायदा, अब मरना तो है, यहाँ मरूं या सड़क पे मरूं, कैसे मरूं। कोई गाड़ी नहीं जा रही, कोई बस नहीं जा रही, सब बंद कर दिया गया। मेरा तो एक ही मंजिल रह गई थी, एक ही मंजिल बाकी मेरे पास थी। मरना तो मुझे है, पहले हिसाब से मरता, भगवान की मौत मरता, लेकिन आज मुझे फैसला करना था कि कैसे मरा जाए। मेरे पास ऑप्शन यही थी, तीन ऑप्शन थी, या तो मैं जहाँ रहता हूँ वहाँ भूख से मर जाऊं, बीमारी से मर जाऊं, या घर पहुंचूंगा वहां मरूंगा, या रास्ते में सड़क पे पैदल अपने आप को ट्रेन में बैठा समझकर, पैदल अपने आप को ट्रेन में बैठा समझकर, अपने आप को बस में बैठा समझकर, अपने आप को ये समझकर कि मैं हवाई जहाज की यात्रा कर रहा हूं, सड़क पे कहीं मैं मर जाऊंगा। ये बात मैंने सोची। फिर मैंने सोचा जहां रहता हूं वहां रहने का फायदा क्या है, क्यों घुट के मरूं। मरूं तो हवा में मरूं, खुली हवा में मरूं, या अपने घर में मरूं, शांति से तो मरूं। तो मैंने फैसला लिया, मैं शांति से खुले में मरना चाहता हूं। और मैंने कहा चलते हैं, देखा जाएगा, 1000 किलोमीटर है, 1500 किलोमीटर है, 500 किलोमीटर है, जो होगा देखा जाएगा। प्रधानमंत्री नहीं है हमारी सहायता के लिए, मुख्यमंत्री नहीं है हमारी सहायता के लिए, पुलिस नहीं है हमारी सहायता के लिए, पब्लिक नहीं है हमारी सहायता के लिए। जब कोई सहायता नहीं होती तो भगवान की सहायता होती है। जब सारे दरवाजे बंद हो जाते हैं तो भगवान का दरवाजा खुलता है। ठीक है, भगवान के नाम में निकल गए, निकल गए। किसी ने रोका नहीं हमें, हम खाना दे रहे हैं आपको, रुकिए यहाँ पे। कोई ऐसा धर्मात्मा नहीं आया कि जो हमें खाना देता, भाई आप रुकिए तो सही, हम आपका खाने का इंतजाम करेंगे, रहने का इंतजाम करेंगे, पानी का इंतजाम करेंगे। कोई नहीं आया। और यहाँ तक कि जहाँ हम रहते थे हमारे मकान मालिकों ने हमें गुस्सा आया, भाई पैसे दो नहीं तो अपना सामान छोड़ दो। तो कुछ लोगों ने अपना सामान भी छोड़ दिया, हम चल दिए। कभी ये तो पहुंचेंगे, कितना चल लेंगे एक दिन में, 1 घंटे में हम 4 किलोमीटर चल सकते हैं, ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा 3 किलोमीटर चल सकते हैं। अगर 10 घंटे भी चले तो 30-40 किलोमीटर चल लेंगे, 50 किलोमीटर चल लेंगे। खैर हम मजबूत थे, हमें पता नहीं था कि हम भी इतने मजबूत हैं। काम कर करके शायद हमारी हड्डियां मजबूत हो गई, हमारे शरीर मजबूत हो गए, हमें शक्ति आ गई। और हम चल चल के कोई कहाँ पहुंचा, कोई कहाँ पहुंचा, कोई गिर गया प्यास की वजह से, भूख की वजह से। कहीं रास्ते में पब्लिक ने खाना दे भी दिया, एहसान है उनका, धन्यवाद है उनका। गांव के लोगों ने पानी दिया, बुरियां खिला दी, कुछ ने नहीं खिलाई, कहीं मिला कहीं नहीं मिला। लेकिन जहां से मिलना चाहिए था वहां से कुछ नहीं मिला। हमने जिनको अपना वोट दे के वहां पहुंचाया जहां वो बैठे हैं, वो बेशरम भूल गए हमको, वो कुत्ते कमीने बन गए। आज हमारे नेता कहते हैं अपने आप को, नेता नहीं कुत्ते हैं सारे, डॉग्स हैं, कुत्तियां हैं सारे के सारे। वो जो हमारे बारे में सोच नहीं सकते, ड्रामेबाजी करते हैं, वो कम्युनिटी टीवी चैनल सारी कुत्तियां हैं जो सिर्फ वही न्यूज देती हैं जो उनका बाप चाहता है, जो उनका भगवान चाहता है। वो अच्छी न्यूज नहीं देना चाहते, सच वो बताना नहीं चाहते। इससे ज्यादा कुत्तापन और क्या होगा देश में। आज मैं पढ़ा लिखा होकर ये बातें करना चाहता हूँ आपसे कि जानवर क्या होता है और आदमी क्या होता है। जानवर की भी प्रॉपर्टी आदमी में आ सकती है, रोज आई हुई है। पूरी सरकार वही है, जानवर है। पूरी सेंट्रल मिनिस्ट्री जानवर है और पूरी स्टेट मिनिस्ट्रीज जानवर हैं जो हमको जानवर बना के बैठे। हमारे हमारे लिए उनके मन में एक सेकंड के लिए भी कुछ नहीं आता कि उनका ख्याल करें। और मार रहे हैं दे दे के, कोई हमें सहायता देना भी चाहता है तो उसको मार रहे हैं, उसको तंग कर रहे हैं। हम इंसान नहीं हैं इनके लिए, हम कीड़े मकोड़े हैं। बातें बड़ी बड़ी मन की बात करते हैं हम तो सामने हैं, मन की जरूरत नहीं है यहाँ पे। हम तो आपके सामने खड़े हैं, हमसे बात करो ना आके। 800 मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट, 800, 5000 के करीब एमएलए, और कितने काउंसलर होंगे कोई हिसाब किताब नहीं है। कितने होंगे, लाखों। म्यूनिसिपालिटीज के, पंचायत के, किसी को हमारी चिंता नहीं है, कोई पूछने नहीं आया आपकी क्या सहायता करें, और जो पूछने आ रहे हैं उनको ये तंग कर रहे हैं। जो पूछने आ रहे हैं, जो हमारी हेल्प कर रहे हैं, कुछ ने हेल्प की भी, कम से कम रोटी तो खिलाई, ये भी बहुत है जिंदा तो रखने के लिए। चलो हम 2 दिन में एक बार खा लेंगे, 3 दिन में एक बार खा लेंगे, कुछ तो पेट में गया होगा। लेकिन जिनका ये काम था, जिनके पास पैसा सरकार का था, उन्होंने हमारी चिंता नहीं की। बस झूठे आंकड़े दे देते हैं, इतने लाख खाने खिलाए, इतने करोड़ ये किया, ये कोई पूछता नहीं भी खाया किसने। सब घपलेबाजी हो रही है, झूठे खाने दिखाए जा रहे हैं, झूठा सब कुछ हो रहा है, और देश की जनता उनकी भक्ति में लगी है। जनता को महाभारत की चिंता ज्यादा है, रामायण की चिंता ज्यादा है। जो सामने जिंदगी खड़ी है उसकी चिंता नहीं है। वो अपने आप को ख्यालों में रखे है कि राम के समय में क्या हुआ था, कृष्णा के समय में क्या हुआ था। तो सामने समय खड़ा है, उसकी उनको चिंता नहीं है। इसे आप क्या कहेंगे, पाप कहेंगे या पुण्य कहेंगे, कि आप जान लीजिए। सामने खड़ा है कोरोना, ये समझ नहीं रहे कौन है। यदा यदा ही धर्मस्य ग्लानिर्भवति भारत है, अवय उत्थानम धर्मस्य तदात्मनां सृजाम्यहम् प्रारित्रणाय साधूनां विनाशाय च दुष्कृतां धर्म संस्थापनार्थाय संभवामि युगे। ये बात आपको समझ नहीं आ रही, क्या कह गया है कृष्ण राम, आपको समझ नहीं आ सकती, क्योंकि आप उनको मानते नहीं है, खाली उनके साथ ड्रामा करते हैं। आप उस सामने कहा है, कोरोना के रूप में खड़ा है कि कोविड कुछ नहीं है, कोरोना कुछ नहीं है, कार आ गया, कार आ गया, आपको ठीक करने आया है सबको, आपकी गर्दनें काट देगा वो, आप देखना। आतंकवादी तो क्या काटेंगे आपकी गर्दनें, वो काट दिया जाता है। भगवान की डंडा ऐसे ही चलता है और काट रहा है। तो कईयों की काटी भी है उसने। जॉनसन को रास्ता दिखा दिया, पीट पीट के इसको मौत के मुंह तक पहुंचा दिया था एक बार। चार्ल्स को भी सिखा दिया था एक बार। कितने लोग सेनेट वहां यूएसए को भी सिखा दिया। और ट्रम्प तो इतना डरा हुआ है कि गोली खा रहा है रोज, गोली जो बीमारी की गोली नहीं है फिर भी खा रहा है। क्लोरोक्विन खा लेता हूँ, हाइड्रोक्लोरोक्विन खा लेता हूँ। इतना डर जिंदगी से। अरे आप राष्ट्रपति हैं, अमेरिका के इतने बड़े आदमी हैं, आप सबसे बड़े आदमी हैं, आप लोग आपको सबसे पावरफुल समझते हैं, आप गोली खा रहे हैं, इतने डरे हुए हैं, मौत का इतना डर। बड़े बड़े हिल गए, बड़े बड़े हिल गए। डॉक्टर चले गए दुनिया छोड़ के। डॉक्टर जो कितनी मेहनत से बनता है, कहीं ना कहीं तो कमी रही होगी, तो डॉक्टर भी वो नहीं छोड़ रहा। इतना गुस्सा है उसके अंदर कि डॉक्टर को भी उठा लो, नर्सों को भी उठा लो। मतलब इतना परेशान कर दिया उसको हमने कि वो किसी को नहीं बख्श रहा। इसे कहते हैं ऊपर वाले की चोट। वो जब हवा में आना चाहता है, हमारी हवा गंदी आसमान में, उसकी आत्मा जब यहाँ आती है, उसकी फौज यहाँ आती है, स्मेल आती है उनको। किसकी स्मेल आती है? इथेन की स्मेल आती है, मीथेन की स्मेल आती है, और बहुत गंदगी H2S की स्मेल आती है, वो भी हवा ही आती है, और पता नहीं कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड स्मेल आती है, और भी आती है। वो तंग आ गया स्मेल से। लेकिन अब वो सारी स्मेल ठीक करके जाएगा। तब तक वो नहीं जाएगा जब तक पूरी संस्थानों को रीइंस्टेट नहीं कर देता है। और उसमें कितने और मरेंगे कोई नहीं जानता। लेकिन याद रख लेना, ऊपर वाले का काम सिस्टमेटिक होता है, वो टाइम लेता है। हो सकता है इससे 10 साल भी लग जाए। इसे परेशान होना छोड़ दो, जिंदगी को जीना सीख लो, गंदी आदतें छोड़ दो, अच्छे बच्चे बन जाओ। भगवान के तो बच्चे ही हो। अच्छी आदतें ढूंढ लो, ऊट पटांग जानवरों को मार के खाना छोड़ दो, समुद्र से ज्यादा तेल निकालना छोड़ दो, ज्यादा गाड़ी चलाना छोड़ दो, पैदल चलना सीख लो, शरीर को तेज करना सीख लो, अपने आप को सही करना सीख लो। इतना भी कर लोगे, हो रहा है, मजबूरी की वजह से सही हो रहा है। बच्चों का स्कूल जाना बंद हो गया, मोबाइल पे पढ़ाई करते। ऑफिसों के लोग ऑफिस जाना बंद कर दिए, घर से काम करते हैं। ये चेंज नहीं तो क्या है? कल्चरल चेंज कहते हैं इसको। वर्क कल्चर चेंज हो रहा है, वर्क कल्चर कहा जाता है इसको। हमारा वर्क कल्चर ऐसा है, आज आप ऑफिस से काम करना चाहते हैं क्योंकि ऑफिस में जगह नहीं है, दूर रहना है बैठ के, और जो लोग सोच रहे हैं हम ऑफिस जाएंगे कुछ दिन में, उनको वहीं से काम करना पड़ेगा जहाँ वो बैठे हैं, चाहे आपकी कुछ हो जाए। कोई भी आज की तारीख में ज़्यादा पैसा खर्चना नहीं चाहेगा, या आप 2 ऑफिस और ले लें, कोई नहीं चाहेगा खर्चा करना। तो वर्क टू होम, वर्क फ्रॉम होम, जो भी है कहते हैं इसको, आप चलाइए ऐसा। लेकिन कार तो कम से कम खिड़की खोल के चला लीजिए, इतना तो कॉमन सेंस आना चाहिए आपको। पता नहीं कहाँ इंग्लैंड में ऑर्डर हुआ था, शायद ये फ्रांस में हुआ था, कार का ऑर्डर। व्हाट इज सेड दैट यू वांट टू ड्राइव कार, ओके ड्राइव योर कार, there is this condition, and this condition apply to you when you drive your car, you should remember. And first of all, just sanitize your car, sanitize doors, handles, and everything. Then you keep your windows open, don't close your windows. This means don't use AC, this means is that. And then don't keep face in front of us. Keep your face in this side, keep your face that side. Your face should be opposite to each other, not facing together. Do this here. Why are you keeping your windows closed? You are keeping closed because your AC is on. And when AC is on means this virus can enter your car. Maybe you use mask, it won't help it. Because size of virus very small, 1/1000 of a millimeter. It doesn't care for your mask, it doesn't care for anything. It can penetrate easily because its size is smaller than air particle size. So when air can enter there, this also can enter. Don't, the mask is just a, you can say, a protective measure, not a foolproof measure. So better stop car. It's not very hot, only 40 degrees Celsius, and it's good for health in this criteria. If you use you drive car and you walk in sun or do something, you can be benefited by power of temperature and power of ultraviolet rays. You shall be benefited, and you should consider every day walking half an hour in sun. That's equal to 4 or 5 days medicines doctor gives you. So you get better without any medicine, without chemical addition to your body. Accumulation of chemicals in your body, making piling of chemicals and damaging your body, resulting in side effects. If you can answer these points, fine. Means you have to change your lifestyle now. You have to reach previous lifestyle. There used to be a walk, work hard, and do everything. You have to do that. Okay, there's computer, there's everything. It doesn't mean that you're a slave to computer. You do something like that. And if you understand that, if you force your kids to walk, okay, you cannot go on road and they should be here and there, how you're building, you're residing. They can do that. No problem exists now. It's up to you if you can. So change your lives. That's why I'm talking about this. It's not because of complaint I'm doing, I'm just telling how to change your lifestyle. Time has come that you have to change it. Seminars have been stopped, conferences have been stopped. People are using as much as they can use this medium through videos or Zoom or through video conferencing. As much as possible, people are trying to communicate with each other through such video medium, and that's good. Good, I would say, good example, but it's also dangerous because communication is not easy one these days. They are thinking of communication 2030, but we forget that communication is also additive to this pollution and additive to such happenings around. It's not simply saying communication everything. Medium of communication is dangerous sometimes because some people, oh, 5G for example, it's very dangerous for health. Maybe I'm not sure, I don't know anything about that. Maybe it is dangerous, maybe it's not, but people suspect something. And it's true also when you are using excessive mobile, it impacts on you. There's so many viruses available. There's a plastic material and it impacts upon you. Virus can stay there, droplets can stay on that, and you're talking a lot on while, which means you're exposing yourself to virus tension. So this like that, and it's not only plastic use, it's also talking. I told yourself talking too much in high voice, you start squeezing out droplets from your mouth, which can also add to virus. So like that, as I said always, keep yourself exercise or heat it up and drink boiled water. You can take tea also, and you can protect your eyes and nose and mouth and drink. And if you walk to heat up your body, use thermal energy in your body, and heat up yourself even though it's temperature, yet it's good for you. If you can do that, that's fine. अच्छा हो आप लोग संभाल लीजिए. संभालना जरूरी होता है बजाय इसके कि बहस करने के. आप जितना भी अपने को अच्छा बना सकते हैं बनाइए, दिमाग को तेज कीजिए. दिमाग तेज होगा तो आप बात जल्दी समझ जाएंगे, नहीं तो भक्ति से दिमाग नहीं बढ़ता है. भक्ति से शक्ति जरूर बढ़ती है, लेकिन शक्ति अगर आपके ऊपर दिमाग की होगी तो उस शक्ति की आवश्यकता नहीं रह जाती है. फिर आप इस शक्ति का ही इस्तेमाल कर सकते हैं. इसका कहने का मतलब ये था. मैं ज़्यादा लंबी बात इसमें नहीं करूँगा क्योंकि 1 घंटा ज़्यादा ऊपर हो चुका है. आप कभी क्या रोज रोज की एक बात लेकर बैठ जाता है. बतानी जरूरी होती है कि क्या हो रहा है दुनिया में, आपको पता लगना चाहिए. क्योंकि एक बात जो रिकॉर्ड है कि बार बार आप देख तो पाएंगे अपनी जिंदगी. मैं मरूँ ना मरूँ, जिंदा रहूँ ना रहूँ, मैं नहीं समझता कि मेरी लाइफ बहुत बची है. जल्दी मुझे भी जाना है, वहाँ भी बहुत काम है, बहुत पेंडिंग पड़े हैं काम जो मैसेज आ रहे हैं मुझे, तो मुझे उसका भी ख्याल करना पड़ेगा. मैं ज़्यादा लंबा जीना भी नहीं चाहता और ना ही मैं जीने वाला हूँ. जाना जरूरी है, वहाँ बहुत पेंडिंग काम पड़े हैं, संभालना है वहाँ जाके भी. इसलिए मैं आपसे इतना कहूँगा, मैं मरूँ तो सही, रही ना रहूँ, आप भी उसको देख पाएँ, आप अपना कंट्रीब्यूशन दे पाएँ, ये भी हो सकता है. बहुत सारी बातें होती हैं जिनमें ये सारी बातें बताई नहीं जा सकती है. लेकिन मेरे को चांस मिला तो मैंने कहा चलो ये जब तक भी जिंदा है ये वीडियो बनाते हैं. लोग कुछ मिले ना मिले, मैं जानता हूँ मेरे को लोग चाहने वाले नहीं हैं. मैं एक बहुत फेमस आदमी भी नहीं हूँ, मैं बहुत सेलिब्रिटी भी नहीं हूँ. ज़्यादा लोग मुझे जानते नहीं है और नहीं जानते, जाने ना जाने क्या फ़र्क पड़ने वाला है. मुझे तो अपने काम से करने का मतलब है. मैं कोई दोस्त पैसे तो मांग नहीं रहा, ना ही मैं चाहता हूँ कि आप मेरे वो बनिए, कुछ भी बनिए. मुझे कुछ बनाने की आवश्यकता नहीं है. लेकिन जो होगा आपके ही लिए होगा. आप ही के साथ ये वीडियो होंगे, जहाँ भी होंगे. मेरे पास तो इनकी कॉपियाँ नहीं है क्योंकि ऑनलाइन वीडियो है. कॉपी होने का मतलब नहीं है जिस सर्वर में होगा फेसबुक पे वहाँ होगा. लेकिन वक्त है, वक्त की बात है. शायद मुझे भगवान ने यही काम करने के लिए रखा है अभी तक, नहीं तो मैं अभी तक मर भी जा सकता था. लेकिन शायद वो चाहता है इसी को दे दो, फालतू आदमी है, कुछ तो कर देगा. बाकी तो सब सिगरेट पीने में लगे हैं, शराब पीने में लगे हैं, गलत काम करने में लगे हैं. ये फालतू घूमता रहता है, दिन भर पे खाता रहता है. चलो इसी को दे दो, शायद उसने मेरे पर मेहरबानी की होगी, भगवान ने आस्था की होगी, चलो इसको दे दो. ये नुकसान तो नहीं करेगा, कुछ कह जाएगा, उसके बिहाफ पे मैं ये बात आपसे कर रहा हूँ. और याद रखेगा, ये जाने वाला नहीं है, ये पूरा काम करके जाएगा कोरोना अपना. इस बात को आप ध्यान कर लेना. और मैं अब आगे चलता हूँ दूसरी बात पे क्योंकि ये बात अब हो चुकी है. मैं अब बीच में एक ब्रेक डाल देता हूँ इस फोटो से या सर्टिफिकेट से, या मैं सब्जेक्ट को चेंज कर रहा हूँ. ये दूसरा पार्ट 2 शुरू हो रहा है जहाँ पे अभी चलता है आगे. अब बोलते बोलते प्यास भी लग रही है, ये मैं क्या करूँ बताइए आप. प्यास लग रही है, पानी पीना पड़ता है, वो बहुत ज़रूरी है. आप भी पीजिए. आप सुबह अकेले, कोई अभी तक ज्वाइन नहीं कर पाया, कोई बात नहीं. जिसको ज्वाइन करना है करे, ना करना है ना करे. आप लोगों को सोने की बहुत आदत है, शायद बहुत आदत हो गई सोने की. पहले लॉकडाउन में बुरी आदत डाल दी लोगों को. इतना सोएंगे तो कैसे काम चलेगा. All right, gentlemen, let's again enter into our into our subject of into our subject of management, which I consider in different way. It's not minute management or gross management. Management from different perspective, not from perspective of what formally people have adopted. My concept of management is completely different. It's actually organization. I call it not management, organization. Though because word management is understood, so I'm using management. Otherwise, there is no management. It is organization. How to organize your work, organization of total work, organization of activities, organization of methods, or organizations of totality. It's called total quality management. They call it. I call it total quality organization. TQO. So it's not official word. Still, it is TQM. You can consider same. Only organization I'm replacing because management means it is gender related, and I don't like it. You are saying man, so you should say woman. Then woman is, of course, management or room management, these do not carry any sense. So that organ applies to everybody. It applies to men as well as to women. So better we call organization, quality organization, then quality work, quality activity, quality thinking, quality procedures, quality actions, quality timeline, quality inspection, quality procedures, everything, quality controls, quality demands, quality market, quality professional, quality owner, quality manager. If you apply quality everywhere, just like Americans say, oh, our items, our products are quality products, and you can see what products are these. These are quality products. I can show you my watch. Somebody gifted me, I think, 4 years or 3 years back, and you see quality of this watch. Can you see this quality? This is waterproof watch. You see this side. It's completely even waterproof backing of this. This waterproof backing is written clearly, and this is waterproof. You see, this is waterproof. This is that. I mean to say, I should say tiny lightly. This is waterproof. You see, the surrounding of that dial, only grayish, reddish. It's all like that, all white. And I'm not putting in water. I'm not doing anything. And price of this was $90. Somebody gifted me, and you can see what is this quality. I used one was Seco. It worked. It was with me for about 20 years. It never caused any problem. I bought other watches also. Of course, in my life, only one watch Citizen was with me. So long, 20 years. And this watch, you have seen what it is. So if you want quality, quality is not in country name, quality is in product name. People generally say Chinese products are not quality products. Yes, I agree with that. Chinese products are not quality product. But what about our product? You should also say about that. China product is commercialized. We should understand that. They have not same products everywhere. Which country they are exporting to, it depends upon that. If they are exporting to our country, they that type of quality they will. If they send that product to GCC, this same quality they make. It depends upon how much they are getting. Quality means you will get that only how much you are paying. That's up to you. Here, people want to buy cheap, so they give their quality. If you want to give money, you want to pay more, then you get that quality. So their quality is commercialized quality. It's not professional quality. Professional quality and commercial quality are different items. It's my thought. If you want something, some item to serve you professionally, certainly you have to pay more for that. And they say, no, no, I'm interested in cheap item, cheap rates, then you will get that much. After the person who is selling you something, that person shall make profit of it as well as the person has to deliver also. So that person has to calculate out, work out what standard quality that gives you. It's up to you, your customer. You have to decide what standard do you want. I give you an example. Once I went to buy some car for my sister, long back in Delhi. I had to lift my car, my one car, my sister. I went there, and I think it was Tata, yes, Tata. I went to Tata showroom. I asked, okay, they were car showroom. I asked this gentleman, this car, get mercy. Okay, see this. My sisters were there, they were seeing seat internal, how it is. I raised that salesman one question. Dear friend, please tell me what is BHP of your engine? Brake horsepower of your engine. That person a little shocked. Young guy, expert of cars in Tatas. So you are first person in my life. I've been here for many years in the showroom. You are first person in my life who is asking this question. BHP of your car engine. Nobody asked me this question. He was surprised because you are talking logical. You are talking something very basic. what is the strength of your engine? And others who come, they ask, show me color inside, what's the architecture inside, what is seat cover, what is wall cover. Well, that is secondary. Seat cover can be changed. Seat architecture, inside architecture is different. You are only interested in colors or internal facilities, or you want to see how safe your car can drive, can move, can work. Which is important? Actually, both are important. But first priority should be given to mechanism rather than colors. If mechanism is excellent, colors can be applied, that's not a problem. Facilities of car can be added, that's not a problem. But these industrialists, they comply, they listen to what customers demand. They are right, they are commercial people. They will like to please their customers. This is natural. So they talk that way. So he told me again, see, my car, this car engine is this much. He showed me catalog and told me this basically. And also he added, look, I am telling you because you are asking me genuine question. You are a genuine customer. I also tell you what other defects are in this car. I didn't ask him himself. See, here is a problem. This is not similar. This bonnet left and bonnet right. There's a gap here. You see gap in this side and gap this side. Bonnet and surface are 3-4 meter difference. We don't tell anybody. I'm telling you. You are interested to buy or don't buy, no problem. But this car is not perfect. It has certain deficiencies, and I'm telling you all that. If you please, you buy. If you don't buy. Because you are a professional, I think, and you understand. So I am happy at least one customer has come. Though we had to buy that car, there was no way otherwise. But I say, you buy something, at least you know quality of that, was expectation you have that you must be sure. When you buy some clothes you ready made and you go see, you what do you check actually? Or when you go to buy some computer or laptop, what do you check actually? Don't you want some specific? Do you have certain specification? You tell your specification. Or you say, okay, tell me this very beautiful color, black color, white color, gray color. I buy it. Oh, very good. What's the performance of that? Performance is very important. Performance, how that article performs is very important. Same thing applies to your job. Oh, this person is very good in performance. In interview, you may be very excellent. Or in your writing, written exam, but when you work, you are not okay. So then they don't care. They may give you one chance, two chance, and third chance is termination. Right? Why should they suffer? Because you know practically, you know theoretical only. That's what I'm saying. Quality is something else. So far, we used to understand quality means only controls. Quality controls exclusively different than the quality properties of everything. Quality attributes of every act, every good, every connect. That is different. My quality as a professional and my quality in work, both are different. My quality as human, as society person, and my quality of performance are exclusively different. It is same thing as face of someone is very very simple person. Face is not impressive. It looks like this person is not very smart. He keeps silence. He is not talking anything. You think, oh, maybe this person is rubbish or knows nothing or very innocent like a cow. You may say that. But when say that person starts work, starts commanding people, it surprises anyone. Oh, people are listening to him. He's saying once only, and people are walking. And that performance, he is excellent. But in general life, he's very sober, he's very soft, he's very mild, gentle, you call them, sajjan, you call them. But in work, he is heavyweight champion. That is different. There is quality performer, there is quality simple. Here also has a quality, but soft quality. He listens to everybody, he respects everybody. Both are quality. Here is this quality, there is that quality. If he is always arrogant with you, he talks a lot, asks you, oh, he's very arrogant person, is very bad person, he has no manners, you will say like that. There's a difference. Now a time has come. We have to differentiate between various angles, various aspects of qualities: quality in society, quality in life, quality in performance, quality in thinking, quality in leadership, quality in followership, quality of work and process, everything has to subtract. We have to generate ourselves. What actually do we want? We have to redefine quality of student. This student can pick up very good. Okay, it's good student. Oh, this student's dressing sense is very good. He has very good tie. He's talking a lot. He's watching video games and all that. He's working on that. But as far as study is concerned, he doesn't pick up anything. It happens. Whenever I meet some kids, I ask them, which class do you study? What do you know? Do you know these tables of Pahadas or no? What? Do you know English? I find only 5 to 10% students who actually study. Who actually study. Maybe they are poor, or there is a pressure from their teacher or from their parent to study. That's why they do it. I don't know reason for that. Well, I think diverting my talk somewhere, but this all links to that. So my management, I'm not stating a prideful statement, I'm just saying my opinion. It's based on my experience, not because somebody told me. Because first of all, I never went to any management school. One question was asked in some interview. I applied for Saudi Arabia in, I think, 2010, 2010, somewhere, whatever it was. 2010 it was, and question was asked because I appeared which position you have come and asked me. So Arabic guys, I don't know, but maybe first managers. He read my documents. I see now. Your certificates, your CV is not telling. Did you qualify any management degree? Of course. Well, I did not. I know. I told him never. But do you expect that I should do that? Yes, why not? Then I said, okay, you ask me any question. Ask me whatever you want to ask. If I don't respond, I will leave. I have experience of about 30 years. And you expect that I have to go to school to learn? And I did not learn in 30 years of my life. I worked in our country. I worked in many Gulf countries. You think I did not learn this which want me to learn from degree? Compare it, test me what you want to test. He gave me some question, produce organization chart of this big building, 500 beds hospital, this and that, and then we'll talk. And I just produced that chart in 5 minutes. No, don't be so wasted there. Take your time. He thought that I don't know, I'm just rubbing and washing. No, it's over. My outcome is over. He talked to me for about 45 to 50 minutes. I remember 1 hour, saying question, this question, that question, how we do all that. But ask me anything. Don't worry. You are free to ask me whatever you want to ask. You ask me technical question, you ask me design question, you ask me execution question, you ask me quality question, you ask me safety question. You ask me whatever you want to ask. If I don't reply, don't reply me. Don't ask me whether or not I have any management degree. Well, I have worked for more than 30 years in my field. And in 30 years, if you think half a day, every 30 years, in 30 years, don't you have knowledge which you earn in 2 years in your college? And that only 6 hours a day. I work 12 hours a day in field every day. I write many letters every day. I attend many meetings every day. I read many drawings every day. I produce drawings every day. I write, I do, nothing is there which I don't do. And what is there in management other than that? Is there something in management which they know extraordinarily and that we don't do? You are recruiting me for project manager position. If I do not know that job, don't recruit me. If I know that job, recruit me. Because those people who teach management, they themselves don't know management. This is a very tough statement and very dynamic storytelling. Fact is that management does not come from education. Management comes from work. A vegetable shop, a vegetable shopkeeper, or a vendor, or you can say a person sits on road or footpath and sells vegetable, you think he doesn't manage. That person also manages at small scale. What is manage after all? What is management? Again, same thing. Organization. You have to organize your activities so that you make something. You deliver something, you get something. All right. You produce yourself or you don't produce. That is something else. If you are just dealing, that's also management. You buy something from main market, sell it in small market, retail market, and difference of rates you make profit. But here you are just dealing. You are buying material, that material which you expect or you think by evening it shall finish, and you will make some money. This is dealership management or shop management. There is another kind of management which is build management. You have to produce first. When you have to produce first means you must have technology with you, and when you have technology with you, you must have some process. And when you process means there's something you have to build permanently. So this includes commerce, this includes technology, this includes process, this includes engineering and everything, and then sales. This is a sequence of many small management, minor management. So management cannot be defined by definitions. You cannot say this is called this and that is called this. Just like we do in in building designs. I mean, say I'm designing a building. What's my asset purposes? If so, I have to design a building. What should I do? You think I should open book and starting columns and beams? No, that's not management. Engineering design is one part, but engineering management is another part. When you say design a building, it doesn't mean structural design first. No. Structural design comes later on. First, you must have a concept. Architectural concept you have, envelope concept you have, structural concept you have, and constructability concept you have. If you can understand these points, then you can easily design. I'm not talking engineering has to design. I'm not talking that. I am saying architectural concept, structural concept, engineering concept, constructionability concept. All these concepts you should have in your mind minimum. Then many more concepts. If you set these rights, you are a given area. You are saying, I want so many story building for this purpose. That is already there. This building is for this purpose. This is located there. What sort of environment is there? It doesn't mean you should go and open every book. No, not at all. You should understand what is wanted, what is demanded. If you understand that, half work you have done. More than half. How? You have concept in your mind. Some bylaws, of course, are there. You have to leave front here, side here. You have to do that. I am talking of building lines. I'm not talking of open area. Building lines on all four sides and vertically. If you have a concept that, then in your mind automatically you will of course have a rough sketch indeed. Have a sketch in your mind, then how cross ventilation would work, how lights would come, what's direction of wind and that. Automatically you will generate that. Once you have that clarity, architectural clarity, building space clarity, means you are working as an architect, you are working as a structural engineer, both together, then you have a space set of your mind and you think that this locality is good for this building. You can understand from even this message. I think this building is going to have a raft foundation, or it's going to have a pile foundation. That concept can come to your mind because you have known about nature of soil, either through your experience or through some information, or maybe you are having investigation report of soil. So you have at least that idea that this building can be relied upon on this soil. Means you have nothing so far decided, but you have conceptualized a structure in your mind that I can build a structure here. And because I want some spaces there, I have to keep span, say 5 meters, say 10 meters, say 8 meters, depending on what sort of structure do you want. This should be spacious or spaced, and what sort of columns you expect load to come, moments to come. This all you can have based on your imagination, experience. No need yet to draw. You have a concept in mind. Ah, I think yes, it can be done like that. In this case, if there's 8 meter span or 10 meter span or 5 meter span or 5 meter frame spacing, or in frame it may be 10 meter this frame span, 10 meter or 8 7.5 7.5 meter or 5 meter or 5 meter. That kind of arrangement, you general arrangement, pre-planned arrangement you have in your mind, that gives you half design of building. Because at the same time you are spacing columns and spacing frames, you might also thinking of foundation of that. Oh, it's going to be that the isolation, isolated footing would not work here. Complete raft would work here. Oh, raft may not also work here because I don't have good soil there. This support is like maybe I go down at 10 meters, I find better soil, or 15 meters, I find better soil. Whatever you think, simultaneously it goes to work here. That is kind, you can say, professional management thinking. And once you reach that stage, then you can say, okay, fine. 95% or 90%, this is my design. There will be some variation, of course, keeping in mind. So you can say, oh, then column size is 1 meter, for example. It is, oh, it's 7.5, 11 meters or 10 meters span. So certainly I have to keep 1 meter, 1.5, 1.1 meter size with 40 centimeter of its width. This is minimum size of my RCC column, and they are 60 or 40, maybe 600 mm 40 centimeter, 600 mm 40. This kind of preliminary design comes in mind rather than first going to details and then okay, yeah, this is your setup, your target, your setup sizes of your columns approximately, yeah? Sizes of your beams approximately, and spacing of frames and spacing of column members, portal members, or when multi-story frame. That kind of design you have in design. Then you draw something in plan as well as in elevation of sections, and then it's okay. I'll start analysis now because I have set up spacing. Yes, you have set up a line work of that building, a structural line work of building. Forget now architecture. A structural line up in 3 dimensions or 3 dimensions you have. Then you can start working on that in stress analysis, or in your way, your two dimensional analysis, or whatever you want to do. You want to use your Stat Pro or ETAB or whatever. So you can go to that analysis now after fixing member sizes, slab fixes, and foundations. Then you can verify, corroborate your system, or you can reduce these sizes or optimize these sizes, keeping in your fire factor. Fire factor is very important factor because wherever earthquake can be sustained, live loads can be sustained, actions can be sustained, but fire factor is very dangerous, which you cannot control. It can't be combated and it can't be consolidated like that as others do. So we have to be very clear about that point. So, and this stage when I say my element sizes are fixed to some extent, you can say I have done half or more than half design, because this is not going to change. Hardly 2-3% probabilities are. There's some minor changes on that. Otherwise, this sizes, this space, the framing, locations, and column members, you can say setting of frame would work, and only is calculation now would work. Then we have to actually, this is formation mechanism that we have to decide, formation mechanism, but we have to decide now. Now details of that. That's what is very important. Generally, generally people do reverse. They start that person, so there's confusion. Half design is there. You are experienced person. You know what is experienced person. Yes, don't go into minus below 29 centimeter or 27 centimeter. No, 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 no. 30 or 40 just black with that. Because It's not simple horizontal or vertical stresses or actions you have to check. You have to check many other loadings, which you all know. I need not tell you all that. Thermal load, wind load, seismic load, all that loading, which are very important for every building structure. So that is different part of management. That is technical management, technical inspection, technical investigation, engineering study. But what I explained to you, that is formation design, formation mechanism of that structure you have fixed in, and that is another kind of management, which management call it. You understand? That's also undefined management. I have seen many such texts written by some very experienced authors considering material status of hysteresis stays, and plastic stays, and secondary, secondary, what you call it, first degree, second degree consideration, all that entered there. And then now European says limit state and limits of serviceability and limits of collapse. You have to enter that stage now and apply whatever actions you have, whatever loadings you have with all those formula. You have to decide that your nationally determined parameters and internationally determined parameters. All those points come into play now because of this European codes requirements, and previously British codes and American codes that come into play then. So that's why I'm trying to say management has to be specialized. It's not simple management now. It is management. Art is not general management actually. It's not human resources management. It's not machine management. It's management of practical design, management of concept, management of first act based on shall be second act and third act. Yeah, that management I'm talking, which rarely people do it but don't understand it. So your job should start from the whatever work is given to you. Don't rush to physical design immediately. Rush to mental design, which is more important. Don't forget. Don't forget those engineers when there was no computers also used to design. Those engineers used to design from first principle. In those time, there was not even limited state. It was only working strength, working stress method people used, and they successfully built that. When there is no software, it doesn't mean design is not done. Yes, software has added value. It has added speed of design, rapidity of design, but ultimately it is a tool. It's not a master design. You are a master designer. We should not forget this point. So I don't know why I have come to this point in this talk, because this is a part of management, and if your contract is also that, where your contract involves design, so this should be considered as a part of that. It's not undue I talk, it's from that viewpoint that my my design should be helped if it's a part of contract. And again, contract, are you saying what is contract? You know very well what is contract. There's no more definition left for you to understand. A contract is a contract, two parties agree for something, that's contract. There should be consideration, means it's important, there should not be consideration free. It should not be, you should not speak something that there's no money. Either you should say we charge no money, it's charity, then it's different kind of contract, obviously. No. For this, party one has to pay party two, and party two has to work for party one. That is contract. What party one I am saying, there are two parties, party one, party two. Party one is called employer, party two is called a person who is going to work for your employer. So both are in fact contractors because they are signing a contract, but their job descriptions are different. Owner is employer, employer of party one. Party one is spending money, investing money, and that person desires something to be done for that money, and that money is paid to other parties party two, that is working party, and that party has to deliver to first party what is desired for, and in lieu of that compensation which that party gets contract price. That's not contract. But it's for illegal work, it's not for illegal activity. You cannot say, oh, go and rape this girl, I'll give you this much. That's unacceptable. Or you go and kill this man, I'll give this much. This is contract. No, that can be contract. It can never be called contract. Because contract is always for legal purposes, not for illegal purposes. That is contract. And when there is a contract, once you have to be clear, it's a law-based document. It's not ordinary one. It's not between two parties. It's between two parties as well as in accordance with law. So law is involved in that. Jurisdiction is involved in that. No contract can be free from jurisdiction. You have to define which jurisdiction is it. If it's this country or that country or this state, jurisdiction has to be defined. That's also very important. You cannot say otherwise. So in this case, we can say we have to move further now about contracts because uh, contracts, as I usually said, I showed you what contracts are. I think I show you glimpse of that. Is what I'm talking about. I'm talking about FIDIC. And that is FIDIC is what is FIDIC? We all very well, and I repeat that one for those who may not be here or who have no information of that. FIDIC is so I'm going to show you this. What actually I am trying to every day trying to show to you is this that this is I want to talk to you about this. This is FIDIC. It's called Red Book Construction of know, conditions of general conditions of contract, and there are this is and there's another page I'll show you one here. There are sequence of timings here. And this is, what it says actually. This is typical sequence of principal events during contracts for construction. This is title here. This means this time for completion to be stated in contract data, a number of days to which it is added, and and extensions of time under subclause 8.5. Then it also says in order to indicate sequence of events, this diagram is based upon example of contractor failing to comply with subclause 8.2. Defects notification period is to be stated in contract details, contract data as a number of days to which is added, and endorsing and extensions under subclause 11.3, and also depending on type of works, tests after completion of may also be required. That's what it says. And this is time I told you shown you this already sequence of this which I'm talking about. This is that sequence in graphics. Different times are shown between various activities of management contract, whatever is there, timing, days, and etc. Which is which day, between which two activities is a day. That's given on that. Which is also very important to understand. And then there's another one like that. Another graphics. This is typical, this is payment related graphs, stages of payment. What are those stages? This is this one, and this is that one. Stage payment, which stage you have to make payment, timing, etc. Is that. This file is available I'm just showing you in this, but this file is available script.com. If you go to text of this video, you will find many URLs, and you go to that URL of this file. This is, you know, FIDIC, and you download that if you are interested. All this information is available there. This is a more than 200 pages file, PDF, and you can read that if you have time. If you are interested, certainly you must be having time if you are interested. Otherwise, it's up to you. There is another one, which is, agreement. This is a typical sequence of events in agreement or determinations of clauses. This is related to disputes. Actually, this is related to disputes. Also, it is that there are three scenarios in that: scenario one, scenario two, scenario three. Yes, you can see there and find if you understand that. If you have experience, you can understand, and if you don't have experience, then you have to first read it intensively, try to know what's happening, what's causing, and then there are clauses and clauses which go on further. I'll tell you what clauses are. I close this phone now because this was only purpose of this. Now I'm going to talk to you about this file. This file is that now is there, Mr. Mr. Chotu Chaudhary. Good morning, welcome. And now I'm going to tell you about this file, which is here, and this is called FIDIC. It's construction of contract for construction. Federation International, it's the International Federation of Consulting Engineers, Federation International Disingenuous Councils, and this is regarding general conditions, guidance for preparation of particular conditions and annexes in forms of securities, forms of letter of tender, letter of acceptance, contract agreement, and dispute adjudication or avoidance agreement. These are contents in this book, and it's ISB, the second edition, 2017, ISBN 9782884320849, and this is general conditions called FIDIC, conditions of contract for construction for buildings and engineering works designed by employer. And there is then forms of letter of tender, letters of acceptance, contract agreement, and dispute adjudication avoidance agreement. These are titles. Then there's copyright. I'm not going to state that. Other pages I'm going to contents only. In this there are general conditions, or contents in this class. 1 to 21 clauses. 1 to 21 clauses, and appendix general conditions of disputes avoidance and adjudication agreement. There is an annex of DAAB procedures, the same as we talked about disputes resolution, and sub clauses there are. And then there's a guidance. Guidance is like that: introduction guidance, and then particular conditions part A, contract data, and particular conditions part B, special provisions. Then notes on preparation of tender documents, notes on preparation of special provision clauses, and advisory notes to use of FIDIC content where project is to include building information modeling system, and all that is there. Then we go further down, and we acknowledgements is there. We know I'm going to state that. I'm just going to now where I left or what I was talking about. I just contents of that in this actually. I showed you this page, the typical sequence of principal events during this graphics I showed is regarding that. And it says that again, which I told you before, typical sequence of principal events, and that is during contracts for construction. And this number one, time for completion is to be stated in contract data as number of days to which is added any extension of time under subclause 8.5, and also in order to indicate sequence of events. Above diagram is based on examples of contractor failing to comply with subclause 8.2, and defect notification period is to be stated in contract data as a number of days to which is added extension of extension under subclause 11.3. Then there's a depending on type of work, test and completion may also be required. Then this is graph, and then there's another graph that's called typical sequence of payment events, and this is in clause 14. And then there's another one, this typical sequence of dispute events, and this is in clause 21. And then there is other one, that is typical sequence of events in agreement for determination under subclause 3.7. The scenario 1, there is in scenario 2, there are 3 scenarios are given in that. So I'm not going to concentrate on that now because I have done many times. So I'm just moving to now what index is there. In which there is a general conditions now. His index is the number one general provisions, number which we have completed in general provisions. But we have completed that one in article section 1 we have completed. So for definitions, interpretations, notices and other communications, law and language, priority of documents, contract agreement, assignment, care and supply of documents, delayed drawings or instructions, employers' use of contractors' documents, contractors' use of employers' documents, confidentiality, compliance with laws, joint and several liability, limitation of liability, contract termination, and then section 2, that's employer, it's that right of access to site, assistance, employers' personal and other contractors, employers' financial arrangements, site data and items of reference, employers' supplied materials and employers' equipment. Then it is three engineers. This is engineer's duty and authority, engineer's representative, delegation by engineer, engineer's instructions, replacement of engineer, agreement or determination and meetings. Then contractor is there, contractor's general obligations, performance security, contractor's representative, contractor's documents, then training, cooperation, setting out health and safety obligations, quality management and compliance verification system, use of site data, sufficiency of accepted contract amount, unforeseeable physical conditions, right of way and facilities, avoidance of interference, access route, then transport of goods, contractors in equipment, protection of environment, then temporary utilities, progress reports and security of site, contractors' operations on site, and archaeological and anthological findings. Then we come to 5, section 5, which is subcontractor, and it says that subcontractors and then nominated subcontractors. Then go to section 6, staff and labor, engagement of staff and labor, rates of wages and conditions of labor, recruitment of persons, labor laws, working hours, facilities for staff and labor, then health and safety of personnel, then contractors suspension, then superintendents, contractor superintendents, then contractors personnel, contractors records and disorderly conduct and key personnel. Then seven is plant material and workmanship. And it says manner of execution, samples inspection, testing by contractor, defects and rejection, remedial work, ownership of plant and material, and royalties. And up to this, I think remedial work we were there, and then we have to move forward. But I'm just telling you which sections are left after that. So we'll go to this remedial work, etc., which I yesterday. Commencement delay and suspension is there, commencement of work, time for completion, program, advance warning, extension of time for completion, delay caused by authorities, the rate of progress, delay damages, employer suspension, consequence of employer suspension, payment for plant and machine materials, other enter after employer suspension, and prolonged suspension and resumption of work. Then test on completion, then employers state employers taking over, then defects after taking over, and then it is I'm not telling you details, measurement and valuation, variations and adjustments, and contract to price and payment, and there is termination by employer, suspension and termination by contractor, then care of works and indemnities, and exceptional events, then insurance and employers, contractors clause, and is claims, and then it is disputes and arbitration. Then appendix is of content. So we'll go to which clause we are yesterday talking about. There I have to move the fast one. Let us go to that clause rather than reading all that, because time is not very much. Then what we say, I think it is delay damages, and this is rate of progress, and I think there is sixth one somewhere. So we go back and see which one is that. commencement date and suspension. So we were here, I think we were here. Defects and rejection 7.5, and this is testing by complete contractor, and this is plants and materials and workmanship. We'll take plant materials and workmanship move forward. This is you can say section 7.1. We'll retake up here because before that it was key personal, so we had done key personal role. So plant metals and document we have started last time, but let's overlap here. Maybe somebody forgot, somebody written. So we continue talk on this and see how it moves. That's more important now. We'll see how it moves. So let's see. Let's take talk one by one first here. Okay. So we move from here. चलते हैं अब आगे. It says plant materials and workmanship. This is section 7.1, and we start manner of execution. Contractor shall carry out manufacture, supply, installation, testing and commissioning, and or repair of plant, production, manufacture, supply and testing of metals, and all other operations and activities during execution of works. Number A is in the manner if specified in contract. Number B is a proper workmanlike and careful manner in accordance with the recognized good practice, and number C is with properly equipped facilities and non-hazardous materials except as otherwise specified in contract. Now, this we talked yesterday, what he has to do. An important point here was that includes manufacture, supply, installation, testing, and commissioning, and also in repair column it's done plant, production, manufacture, supply, and all is we have covered in this. It should be done according to contract, and then we go to samples. And when contract shall submit following samples of materials and relevant information to engineer for consent prior to using materials in or for works. So you must give samples for approval, and all written samples, including metal submittals, you say this must be approved prior to manufacturing or prior to purchase both. Then we go to in A part of this is contractor shall submit following as samples of materials and relevant information to engineer for consent prior to using the materials on in or for works. It says A, manufacturers standard samples of material. Sorry. I'm sorry. Let's take a break. Manufacturers standard samples of materials and samples specified in contract. All contractors cost at contractor cost, and additional samples instructed by engineer as variation. These samples shall be labeled as to origin and intended use in law. So this is regarding sampling. Now go to inspection. Sorry. So inspection, and is employer's personnel shall during all normal working hours. Employer's personnel is party one. Employer's personnel shall during all normal working hours stated in contract data and all other reasonable times. A, have full access to all parts of site and to all places from which natural materials are being obtained. This means those people who come on behalf of owner or party one, those authorities have absolute right to enter sites or enter units, of course with prior permission. Have full access to all parts of site and to all places from which natural materials are being obtained. And during production, it's called B, during production, manufacture and construction at site and elsewhere be entitled to number one, examine, inspect, measure, and test to extent stated in a specification, materials, plants, and workmanship. So you have to do that. Then then check progress of manufacture of plant. Then progress means quantification. Check progress of manufacture of plant and production and manufacture of materials. Then it is make records including photographs and video recordings of same and contractor shall give employers personal full opportunity to carry out these activities, including providing safe access facilities, permissions, and safe equipment. So access is there, permission is there. They have to inspect. They can inspect if they want. They have to do that if they wish. No one to stop them. Contractor shall give a notice to engineer. Then contractor shall give a notice to engineer wherever or whenever any material or whatever material plant work is ready for inspection. You want inspection, so you do request them for inspection. And before it is to be covered, and before it is to be covered up, put out of sight or packaged for storage or transport. Sorry. Yes, I think. Okay. Here what you say you want inspection on behalf of contractor. So what you do? You shall give a notice to engineer whenever material, plant or work ready for inspection. And before it is to be closed, it is to be covered up from is put out of outside or packaged for storage or transport, whatever the purpose. It should be dumped on site, or closed on site, or shipped. In both cases, you have to give notice for inspection to employer person. Employer employer persons shall then shall then either carry out examination themselves, this examination, inspection, measurement, or testing without unreasonably delay. Until the all right. So there should be no delay, and you have to be ready for everything. Then you can say employers personal. Employers means owner personal shall then either carry out examination, inspection, manufacture, measurement, of testing without unreasonable delay, or engineer shall promptly give a notice to contractor then that employers personnel do not require to do so. In, do so if engineer gives no such notice and or employer personnel do not attend at time stated in contract's notice or such time as may be agreed with contractor. Contractor may proceed with covering up, putting out of sight or packaging for strong storage of storage of that storage of transport. Uh, then we go to no, it's for very simple when you suppose engineer wants inspection, owner wants employer wants inspection, they have every right to inspect everything, they can inspect progress, they can inspect quality, they can inspect what they want there, you have to open way for them to help them. And also if you want inspection, you are a contractor, you want inspection, let the engineer come or employer's representative come and inspect what you are doing, rise quantity wise, it's quality wise, so that we can close that. The closer is important, or it is to be happening. Here is the step up. ground, and these days it's very much because the item cannot be exposed. You have to go to washing. Let's say further, then if contractor fails to give a notice of in accordance with this subclause, if contractor fails to give a notice in accordance with this subclause, contractor shall, if and when required by engineer, uncover work and therefore thereafter reinstate and make good at contractor's cost. Means if there's an item which requires inspection according to specification, according to requirement, according to whatever it is, it requires inspection, and if you close that door inspection, it's your responsibility to, when demanded out time by whatever time, you have to remove that fill up or whatever items you've done on that and expose that item and do conduct retest. And therefore retest is not, I mean, retest is not fair. Then the further point here is testing by contractor. Now, what sort of testing? You know, testing by contractor means subclause shall apply to all tests specified in contract other than tests after completion, if any. Sorry, I'm getting gastric. I don't know. Yesterday I could not walk. Maybe that's the reason. Anyway, let's move further. Mhm. Subclause shall apply to all tests specified. Whatever is specified in contract, you have to do that. Then only that clause which is later on means after you have tested doing this item, then you test the last test of that other than this test after conversion family, and they have to be careful of this. This describes what contractors shall provide all apparatus. It says they have to provide all apparatus of testing, assistance, documents, and other information temporarily, supplies of electricity and water, equipment, and fuel, consumables, and instruments, and labor managers, and suitably qualified, experienced, and competent staff as are necessary to carry out specified tests efficiently and properly. So, what to say again, read? It's interesting. Contractor shall provide apparatus, means whatever is required for testing that tool or that equipment you provide that. Contractor shall provide all apparatus, assistance, and documents. These okay, one minute, no problem. So what I say, sometime you have to give a gap of 1 minute or 2 minutes. So to relax my legs. Already. Ah, let's see. Mistakes are probably today. I'm very desperate. Contract shall provide, say again I say, contractor shall provide apparatus, assistance, documents, and other information, temporarily supplies of electricity and water, equipment, fuel consumption, instruments, labor, metals, and suitably qualified, experienced, and competent staff as are necessary to carry out specified tests efficiently and properly. All apparatus, equipment, and instruments shall be calibrated in accordance with requirement with the standards stated in specifications or defined defined by applicable laws and if requested by engineer. You can say contractors shall submit calibration certificates and before carrying out testing. That's also important. Calibration certificate you should have for testing purposes without any error, and then contractor shall give a notice to engineer. Now contractor has to give a notice for this purpose, stating time and place for specified testing of plant, material and other parts of work. So plant can be tested, metal can be tested, or something else can be tested. This notice shall be given in reasonable time, having regard to location of testing for employers' personnel to attend. Then it is this going to testing, not talking of that. I'm just going to read this is continuation of testing. This long paragraph I can say you must listen properly if you want to understand that. And we go to defects and rejections. So it's testing. Now we are talking. It's engineers shall give a notice. But sorry, it's engineer may under clause 13, which is in this under clause 13. Yes. Engineer may under clause 13 variations and adjustments vary location or timing of details of a specified test. No problem. Let's drink some more water. I think the bubbles are rising in the body. So engineer may under clause 13 variations and adjustments vary location or timing of details of you know specified tests or instruct contractor carry out additional tests. If these varied or additional tests show that tested plant material or workmanship is not in accordance with the contract, cost and any delay incurred in carrying out this variation shall be borne by contractor. So this is penalty contractor when it's work that is to comply with the specifications. Then engineer shall give a notice to contractor of not less than 72 hours of his intention to attend tests. If if engineer does not attend at that time and place stated in contractor's notice under sub clause, contractor may proceed with tests unless otherwise instructed by engineer. These tests shall be This test shall then be deemed to have been made in engineer's presence. If contractors suffer delay and or incurs cost from complying with any such instruction, or as a result of delay for which and thus result of delay for which employer is responsible, contract shall be entitled subject to said clause 22 claims for payment and of or EOT, and this is extraordinary, and to EOT means extension of time and or payment of cost plus. So this is requirement. Once I read the executive, I was just breaking in. So again I say engineer shall give a notice to contractor of not less than 72 hours of intention to attend tests. If engineer does not attend such time at a such time and place stated in contractor's notice under this clause, contractor may proceed with test unless otherwise instructed. Then proceed with tests instructed and by engineer. These tests shall then be deemed to have been made in presence of engineer. If contrary, if contractor suffers delay and or incurs cost from complying with any such tests instructions as a result of delay for which employer is responsible, contractor shall be refrained. All right, then we come forward. And it is if contractor causes any delay, if contractor causes any delay to specified tests on this, if contractor if contractor causes any delay to specified tests, then including varying or additional tests, and such delay causes employer to incur costs. Employer shall be entitled subject to clause 20.2 claims for a payment and extension of time to payment of this cost by contractor. Contractor shall promptly forward to engineer duly certified reports of tests when specified tests have been passed. Engineer shall endorse contractor's test certificate or issue a test certificate to contractor to that effect. If engineer has not attended this class, then you can say further to say that is contractor shall promptly forward to engineer duly certified reports of test when specified tests when specified tests have been passed. Engineer shall endorse contractor's test certificate or issue a test certificate to contractor or to that effect. If engineer has not attended tests, he shall have shall be determined to exceed more than 30 days. Then you say further that if engineer has not attended the test, he shall be deemed to have accepted the result is accurate. Now we come to article defected, sex defected, and rejection. Defects and rejection. What is defects and rejection? If as a result of examination, inspection, measurement testing, any plant material, contractor's design, if any, or workmanship is found to be defective or otherwise riot or were not in accordance with contract, engineer shall give a notice to contractor describing of plant, item of plant materials, workmanship that has been found to be defective. Contractor shall then promptly prepare and submit a proposal for necessary remedy. So it's same as that side is contractor, this side is officer. The same thing. No, let's go to the engineer side actually, engineer side. Because this is very boring, I want to come out of this. Engineer may review this proposal, may may give a notice to contractors stating that extent to which proposed work, if carried out, would not result in plant material contractor's design, if any, or workmanship complying with contract. After receiving such a notice, a contractor shall promptly submit a revised proposal to engineer, and if engineer gives no such notice within 14 days after after receiving after receiving contractor's proposal or revised proposal, engineer shall be is deemed to have given a notice of no objection. Now, if contractor fails to submit a proposal to or revised proposal, if contractor fails to provide fails to pro- you know fails to promptly submit a proposal, or revised proposal for remedial work, remedial means repairable work, or fails to carry out proposed remedial works to which engineer has given or is deemed to deemed to have uh, deemed to have given a notice of no objection. Engineer may A instructs contractor under subparagraph A and B all other performance. Then you can say contractor fails to promptly submit a proposal for revised proposal for remedial work or fails to carry out proposed remedial work to which engineer has given or is deemed deemed to have given a notice of no objection to engineer may now what engineer should do may act may instruct contractor under subparagraph A and or B of subclause 7.6 remedial works or reject plant. Reject it. Reject plant and materials, contractors, design, if and or manufacture errors. Now next is this is very boring, of course. A is instruct contractor under system to clause remedial work, reject plant material and contractors design, if any, workmanship, or by giving a notice to contractor with reasons in which case subcontractor. Now it's very again boring. A few paragraphs are there. I think I'll covered a lot. It's now after remaking, after remedying means after repairing, after repairing defects, remedying defects in any plant material, design, if any, and workmanship, if engineer requires any such items to be retested, tests shall then be done, repeated in accordance with sub clause. Tests by okay. Now we'll go to next para. I think this last para of this board will go to hang on. After remedying defects in any plant material or design, or say defects are over, or workmanship, and if the engineer requires carry any such items to be retested, tests shall be done repeated in accordance with subclause 7.4, testing by contractor at contract's risk and cost. If rejection or retesting cause employer to input additional costs, employer shall be entitled, subject to clause 22, claims for payment and EOT terms of time to payment of those costs. Right? So this was testing clause. Actually, engineer is going to test contracts work, reports will notify engineer, come on test it, or engineer finds something in problem. All this way you see how to go in many paragraphs, same things again and again, which improves quality. And quality can be achieved by doing all this can be fixed time, visualization, which is no this is only how do you get it? Okay. Now we'll jump to remedial works, which is now a different one. Remedial works. So far, I was in a sleeping mode of this focus already, but there was a repair work. I mean, that's what we had to do is most important. We had to repair work, remedial work, defects remedial is very important because generally what we do in these days, what actually we do is different, not exactly what is shown here, and that's much more effective in construction work. Now we're talking of defects and remedials and manufacturing defects and work defects and plant defects. These are all there. I mean, we know procedure was defined means because it's duty of engineer to inspect everything. You have to call engineer into question, you have to serve notice to him, and if notice, if the engineer wants to specifically inspect something like that, and notification is, this is not legal notice, actually this is notice, formal notice on some papers or some paragraph model. It's 30, generally when I used to work, it's 24 hours notice was given for general items, 48 hours notice was given for concrete items. So it depends upon, they say they consider this is different, we can say plant manufacturing, plant and all this. So it may take different times for them to deliver, but actually, fact remains that you have to in between check all that. It was a construction fee of road, and there's not much deficiency of required building, reservation in some cases. But now, since it's not on the road, so we were talking of how to remedy the defects. Actually, there are major defects which involve non-compliance. In that case, remedial measure important. You have to issue NCR non-compliance and report that just the important documents not mentioned here. Because they are talking of they are reducing so many work, but in quality you cannot go to this. In quality system, you have to your NCR non-compliance reporting, and non-compliance report once it's open, it has to remain open until there's application of you can say defect rectification. Until this done that and this reappraised, you cannot close NCR, and NCR closure is closer of payment of that area. And further upon that, we have to be careful of this. These two, three paragraphs are very boring because it's defect removal, and engineer has to approve. In that department, there are no process. We are personally working, especially working with this. Now, since the effects notification period is over, once we have repaired the effects according to what you wanted, we have tried to test it, and we say, okay, we remedy that. We remedy in paper, so that is called accepted work. And there's no NCR in this case. When NCR is not open, so it's not a big problem. We just at our cost by NCR was open, and we had to close NCR. That's very important. We have to get final inspection done and write down the whatever things were there, what points were there, having rectified. That's different case. But now let's go to further one, and that is some other part of this. That's a it's called remedial works. What is remedial work? It's also very important. So remedial work itself is remedy. You understand meaning of remedy? Repair. What it says, in addition to any previous examination, the FIDIC, inspection, measurement, or testing. See how they write? Inspection, measurement, and testing, or test certificate, or notice of no objection by engineer at any time. So at any time, you can say, let me repeat, in addition to any previous examination, inspection, measurement, or testing, or test certificate, or notice of no objection by engineer at any time before issue of taking over certificate for works, engineer may instruct contractor to. Now what is the 3 points? Let us see. What now points are? That's simple because already we have done something. Now, what it says, FIDIC says is, it says a repair, or remedy, repair or remedy. इलाज कीजिए, रेमेडी मीन्स आई थिंक इलाज कीजिए होगा, क्या होगा उसमें? रिपेयर और रेमेडी, मरम्मत कीजिए, रिपेयर कीजिए, उसका इलाज कीजिए, ठीक कीजिए, इफ नेसेसरी ऑफ साइट। ऑफ साइट का मतलब साइट पे नहीं, कहीं और रिमूव फ्रॉम साइट, साइट पर है तो साइट से उड़ाइए, ऑफ साइट और रिमूव फ्रॉम साइट, एंड रिप्लेस एनी प्लांट और मटेरियल which are not in accordance with contract. दिस इज रेमेडियल वर्क. इट सेज रिपेयर और रेमेडी, या तो आप ठीक कीजिए, मरम्मत कीजिए, हटा दीजिए, दूसरा कीजिए, साइड से हटा दीजिए, लाके दूसरा दीजिए. और रिमूव फ्रॉम साइड एंड रिप्लेस एनी प्लांट और मटेरियल विच आर नॉट इन अकॉर्डेंस विद इन कॉन्ट्रैक्ट में रिप्लेस भी कर सकते हैं आप. प्लेस कीजिए. Repair or remedy or remove and re-execute any other work which is not in accordance with contract. When we say contract means specification. Repair or remedy or remove and re-execute any other work, whatever else is there, which is not in accordance with contract. Right? जो भी कॉन्ट्रैक्ट के हिसाब से काम नहीं किया आपको ठीक करना पड़ेगा, उसको हटाना पड़ेगा प्रोसीजर से. उसको हटा दीजिए, ठीक कर दीजिए. Now carry out any whatever remedial work which is urgently required for safety of works, whether because of an accident or unforeseeable event or otherwise. आपको रेमेडियल वर्क करने होंगे, ठीक करना होगा, उसको बहुत जल्दी करना होगा अगर वो सेफ्टी के लिहाज से ठीक नहीं है तो, या किसी एक्सीडेंट के होते हुए वो है, और वो कैसे हुआ क्या हुआ वो हम बता नहीं सकते, आज वो नहीं है आपसे. Then what? Then it says contractor shall comply. Contractor shall comply with instruction as soon as practicable. जितना जल्दी से जल्दी हो, जो भी आपको हमने इंस्ट्रक्शन दिया उसको कंप्लाई कीजिए. Contractor shall comply with instructions as soon as practicable and not later than time if any specified in instruction. जो आपको इंस्ट्रक्शन मिले हैं, आदेश मिले हैं, उसी समय के अंदर, उसी टाइम के अंदर जो उसमें लिखा है आपको ये पूरा करना होगा. और immediately if urgency is specified under subparagraph C above. Then let's go move, and this is to say contractor shall bear cost of all remedial works. सारी कॉस्ट कॉन्ट्रैक्टर को सहनी होगी, खर्चा सहना होगा. रिक्वायर्ड अंडर सब क्लॉज, जो भी इसके नीचे चाहिए खर्चा करना होगा आपको. एक्सेप्ट टू एक्सटेंड दैट एनी वर्क अंडर सब पैराग्राफ सी अबव इज एट्रीब्यूटेबल टू. सारा खर्चा करना होगा बशर्ते के नीचे जो लिखा हुआ है वो पहले पढ़ लीजिए कितना करना हो, कैसे देखते हैं क्या कहता है वो. सब पैराग्राफ सी अबव इज एट्रीब्यूटेबल टू नंबर 1 एनी एक्ट बाय एम्प्लॉयर ने अगर किया या उसके किसी आदमी ने किया, any act by employer or employer's personnel if contractor suffers delay and or incur cost in carrying out such work, contractor shall be entitled subject to subclause 12(3.2) claims for payment and EOT, extension of time and or particular payment of such cost plus profit. अगर एम्प्लॉयर की वजह से हुआ तो, एम्प्लॉयर की वजह से या उससे किसी आदमी की वजह से हुआ तो. Now an exceptional event in which case is subclause 18(4) consequences of exceptional event shall apply. Now what it says, if contractor fails to comply with engineer's instruction, अगर कॉन्ट्रैक्टर फेल हो जाता है जो इंजीनियर ने कहा है उसको करने के लिए, आफ्टर if contractor fails to comply with engineer's instruction, employee, employer may at employ employer at sorry employ, employ now if contractor fails to comply with the engineer's instruction, this is a very important point because we have to think every point. It's not simple that we just speak up and speak up. It's not class to speak up. We have to understand the implication of these clauses also because it is contracting and we are engineers. We have to understand that very well. Okay. If contractor fails to control with engineer's instruction, comply with engineer's instruction, employer may at employer's sole discretion employ and pay other persons to carry out work and except to extent that contractor would have been entitled to payment for work under subclause, employer shall be entitled subject to subclause 20.2 claims for payment and or EOT extension of time to payment by contractor to contract of all costs all costs arising from failure. Means it's different. Once again, it is means if contractor fails to comply with engineer instruction, employer may or employer's sole discretion employ and pay other person to carry out work, except as to extent that contractor would have been entitled to payment for work under subclause. Employer shall be entitled to, subject to subclause 20.2 to claim for payment and EOT excess of time to payment by contractor of all costs from this failure. This entitlement shall be without prejudice, or to right. Then we go to other one that is, I think, it's clear to you. You have, yeah, I mean to say, if as a contractor you don't repair that, you don't remedy that, and employer cannot wait for you. So what does it mean? Employer shall repair it. Your simply risk and cost, and risk and cost is always very expensive. You must understand. आपके सर पे वो ठीक काम कराएगा और पैसे काट लेगा. Now, 7 ownership of plant and materials. उन मशीनों का, उन प्लांटों का, उन मेटल का किसका अधिकार है, कौन उसका मालिक है, अब ये जानना चाहते हैं. कौन उसके लिए है, किसकी मशीनें हैं, वो जानना जरूरी है. 7.7 है. 7.7 7.7. Now, each item of plant and material shall, where I say shall, each item of plant and materials shall, to extent consistent with mandatory requirements of laws of that country, become property of employer at whichever is earlier of following times from liens and other encumbrances. जो भी आइटम है, प्लांट है, मटेरियल है, आफ्टर ऑल वो उस उस ऑनरशिप में जानी चाहिए, उस एम्प्लॉयर की ऑनरशिप में जाएगी। वो कानून कहता है, नियम कहता है देश का, और एम्प्लॉयर की प्रॉपर्टी होगी। वो कब होगी हमें वो जानना है। whichever is earlier of following times, जो भी नीचे टाइम देगा इसके, जो पहला टाइम है सबसे कम है, उसी के अंदर वो होगी। That is what we have to understand here. Now which is that? Now there are three or four timings. Three timings are there. Number A, when it is delivered to site. साइट पे डिलीवरी हो गई, आप क्या समझते हैं उसकी हो गई? पहली बात। नंबर बी, when contractor is paid value of plant and materials under subclause 811, payment for plant and materials after employer's suspension. Optional BC, when contractor is paid amount determined for plant and materials under subsections of clause 14.5. When contractor is paid the amount determined for plant and materials under subclause 14.5. When contractor is paid an amount determined for plant and material under subclause 14.5, plant and materials intended for works. कब उसका मालिकाना हक मिलता है? मेटल साइट पे आ गया प्लांट या मेटेरियल, उसकी पेमेंट उसको हो गई, वो भी है। पेमेंट फॉर प्लांट एंड materials after employer suspension. When contract is paid value of plant and material under subclause this, the payment for plant and materials after employer suspension, or when contractor is paid amount determined for plant and materials under subclause 14.5, plant and materials intended for use. इन तीनों कंडीशंस में क्या होगा? This is what it says. Now रॉयल्टीज, रॉयल्टीज आप जानते होंगे क्या होती है? रॉयल्टीज आप जानते हैं, कोई किताब लिखता है, वन somebody writes book and that book is authorship and that author gets 15% sales price as a royalty. I think everybody is not honor or say we go to someone. Well, now we have to check about royalties, which is actually related to copyright or patent or whatever. Unless otherwise stated in specifications, contractor shall pay all royalties, rents, and other payments for. It is duty of contractor to pay for all requirements, royalties, rental, and other payments for, unless otherwise stated in instructions. If it is stated, there is no meaning of raising this question. Just accept and start working and buying. You must have enough money for you to live it. Let us see what it says. Natural material obtained from outside site. आपने साइट से बाहर कोई मेटल लाए. Natural materials obtained from outside site. So what royalty is included in that? Disposal of material from demolitions and excavations and of other surplus material, whether natural or man-made, except to extent that disposal areas within site are stated in specifications. Whenever these conditions apply, natural materials is obtained from outside site. Okay, now we go to again this read this on royalties because it's very simple, very small, but sometimes confusion. It says 2 points only. Unless otherwise stated in the specifications, the contractor shall pay all royalties, rents, and other payments. Natural materials obtained from outside sites, say you bring sand or you bring rocks or you bring something which is naturally available, then you have to pay royalty for that because this is a process of revenue. Or disposal of material from demolitions and or from site and excavations and all that, then you have to dispose that material to approved site somewhere, or you can say whether natural or man-made, except to extent that disposal areas within site are stated in the specification. Now we go to commencement dates and the suspension. Commencement, delays and suspension. This is section 8.1. This is in regarding time. So material period has gone back, pouring period now. We come on to dates, that's commencement, delays, and suspension. In this period, in this chapter, you'll find many, many things. Let us see what is there first. Commencement of work 8.1, time for completion 8.2, program 8.3, then it is very lengthy this program, then this is advance warning 8.4, then this is extension of time for completion 8.5, then it is delays, delays caused by authorities, and then rate of progress, and then okay, then delays damages, that's there. Then this is 8.9 employer suspension, and 8.10 consequences of employer suspension, 8.11 payment for plant and materials after employer suspension, then 8.12 this is prolonged suspension, and 8.13 resumption of work, and this is 8 clause. Will first aid clause, then there's 9.1, that is contractor's obligation, then 9.2 is so that point you have to understand now. We have to repeat that point once again so that we can understand that. And this is very, very important chapter. This is very important chapter in a way that we are talking about time. Time is very important part of contract. Do not waste time on contract to so that you have not to worry on this. And that is now it says commencement, delays, and suspension. Commencements of contract and delay on contract, suspension of contract is there very critical. Yes. No, let's say it's very important part to start with. Be serious on this part. It's very important part. It's not like other test or no test. This is commencement of works. You have to be very careful about this. Think on this because this shall impact your job. This shall impact your LDs. This shall impact your penalties, and you'll see long problems, long way, even after the project is completed. This is on mission of works, commencement of works. Engineer shall give a notice to contractors stating commencement date not less than 14 days before commencement date. You are given 14 days time. Be careful. It's not big, but it's not small. Both are there. 14 days is 2 weeks, not small, neither too big. For a contract, say 1 year or 2 years or whatever it is. Maybe you are happy 14 days are here, but 14 days go like this on contracts. So much work is done in beginning. If you have experience of that, you will understand. Lot of work is done in beginning of any contract. It says, engineer shall give a notice to contractor stating commencement date शुरू करो not less than 14 days 14 दिन से कम तो नहीं देगा before commencement date unless otherwise stated in particular conditions. Commencement date shall be within 42 days after contractor receives letter of acceptance. या फिर आपकी कंडीशन हो पर्टिकुलर कंडीशन में कुछ और लिखा हो 14 दिन खत्म हो जाते हैं फिर तो जो पर्टिकुलर कंडीशन लिखा है वो मानना पड़ता है. You have to abide by those conditions and particular condition other than general condition if it's more not 14 days more again that would be down. But generally no engineer shall accept that because as early project is over is destiny objective of an engineer. The time is very important there. Don't expect that you'll get 42 days in that condition. But if science required there or procedures required there, then there can be any number of days. Then we can say, unless otherwise stated in particular conditions, commencement date shall be within 42 days after contractor receives letter of acceptance. Now, contractor shall commence execution of works on or as soon as is reasonably practicable after commencement date and shall then proceed with works in due expedition and without delay. काम शुरू कर दिया तो काम को चलाना भी है. जल्दी कीजिए, जल्दी चलाइए और उसी स्पीड से चलाइए जिसकी जरूरत है उनकी ज्यादा चलाइए. कोई देरी मत कीजिए. ये सोच के चलिए हमारा काम खत्म करना है तभी कॉन्ट्रैक्ट कर सकते हैं, नहीं कर सकते. आप भी बैठ के 1 साल 2 साल 2.5 साल 3 साल कभी काम खत्म नहीं होगा. दिस इज प्रैक्टिकल रिक्वायरमेंट. Every day counts, every moment counts because you are not alone. You are leading a team of junior staff and working staff. Taking works from others is that difficult as not doing anything. Sitting, talking and talking and talking, treating others as stupid. Then I say next one is program. This was 82. 82. I think I have 82. 82. 82. Sorry. 82. 82 says I jump to it. It's 82. Contract shall complete whole of works. Time for completion is title है. कितना समय दिया है प्रोजेक्ट को खत्म करने के लिए, समाप्त करने के लिए. Time for completion to finish all activities on your project. Contractor shall complete whole works with and each section within time for completion for works or section as case may be, including completion of all work which is stated in contract as being required for works or sections to be considered to be completed for purpose of taking over under subsection subclause 10(1), taking over works and sections. Got it? दोबारा पढ़ता हूँ, समझ नहीं आया होगा, इंग्लिश है थोड़ी ऐसी है, इसमें समझ आना भी पड़ता है। ज़्यादा हिंदी बोलूँगा तो लोग बाहर के नहीं समझेंगे, दूसरे नहीं समझेंगे, साउथ वाले, सबके लिए है, सबकी देखनी है। Contractor shall complete the whole works and each section within time for completion of works. सारे काम जितने भी हैं इस प्रोजेक्ट पे, सारे हमें उस समय में खत्म करने हैं, टेस्ट मिला के। Including completion of works which is stated in contract as being required for works or sections to be considered to be completed for purposes of taking over under this clause 10(1), taking over works and sections. Whatever work is there on contract, specified work drawing, you have to know that, and that must be understood clearly, and that's to be implemented clearly, complete in every respect. In which period it is to be finished, that is called time of completion. And if you comply with that, that's time of completion. Practically is also same. If you can do that, you can do early also, but if you delay that, that will cause a problem to you. According to contract data, you will have to pay penalty, pay LD clause or something else according to that. That's why this drafting of contract is not given to a single person. It requires the minds of many people. Just like we got this, maybe signing is by signing authority, but everybody is signing us. All right, then move further. I say time of completion. Again, I say time of completion is very important so that you completely understand this. No need to go again and again to just have a conceptual knowledge of what I'm talking of. Because that knowledge is very important from your point of view. That contractors shall complete works, whole works, and each section, if they are separate, within time of completion for works or sections, as case may be, including completion of all work which is stated in contract as being required for works or sections to be considered to be completed for purpose of taking over under subsection 10(a), taking over whole works and securities. So one stage was you got a plot, you got a completion date, you are handing over a plot, and one stage is where you have to hand over plot duly completed. This stage of construction is called time of completion, taking over works and sections from contractor. This is very, actually, you can say active clause, where you are not sleeping, you are awakened. Now, let's go to program 8.3. I think point 1, that is commencement of works, and point 2 are clear to you. Point 1, 14 days notice. According to general condition, engineer writes to you, you are granted this, we accept your offer, we accept your tender. So you have to start this work within 14 days. That is general. And this is time of completion, you have to finish in this days. But if particular condition says something else, you have to comply with that. Maybe it's more than 14 days. Whereas time of completion is this is total date of start is this and date of completion is this. You have to complete your all activities in that center within these days, including taking over testing and commissioning whatever. Means project stage should finish and convert to you operation stage and all that is this. And you can say you have got it in second. Now we go to third one. That is third one is program. Program or schedule, you may say. Program or schedule. Now, program I'm talking of, you have to understand program first of all. What's meaning of program? That's very important to understand. Program means you have to fix time of each and every part of work and activities in such a way that they can move together without any problem, without any interaction fight, or without any sequential fight, or without any parallel fight. These activities, according to engineering, according to systems, according to should move smoothly. That network you require, and that's called program. That network you have to devise for every project in a project. That's called sequential project program or dependence from or independence, depending on what your plan is. And there are so many constants in that you have to understand very well. Means like a master you are, a teacher you are, a student you are, students were farmers and teachers was are completely different. This was farmers and student was completely different. Then let us say program now what actually it is. Concept I have given you. Understand now what it is. Contractor shall submit an initial program for execution of works to engineer within 28 days. Here they have increased 14 days. Well, no problem. To engineer within 28 days after receiving a notice under subclass 8.1. Previously it was 14 days, so you'll be happy at least more than 14 days given to you. And then so let's move to 28 days. Let us say I'm happy 28 days are there because when I was working it was only 14 days. So you are lucky you've got 2 more weeks or double time. Contractor shall submit an initial program for execution of works to engineer within 28 days after receiving notice under subclass 8.1 commencement of works. This program shall be prepared using programming software stated in the specification. If not stated, programming software acceptable to engineer. Contractor shall also submit a revised program which accurately reflects the actual program of works. All right, then we say the program shall be. I'm sorry, comes with the program shall be prepared using programming software stated in the specification. If not stated, programming software acceptable to engineer, and contractor shall also submit a revised program which accurately reflects actual progress of work whenever any program ceases to reflect actual progress or otherwise inconsistent way. So we have to submit a revised program if well, language is different actually. What happens? We have to submit a program, that's level 1 program, and generally is an MS project or Primavera. You can use any one practically because of Primavera formalize same actions of a MS project can also be used. That is our level 1 program, and then we put another program on that as actual work. So it is saying revised program, which language is different. I don't understand the meaning of that, but it says that there's some lapses on this. It's very the actual progress of work is that whenever any program ceases to reflect actual progress, it's called, was also some revised program. Why is calling revised? I have objection here. What is revising there? Always. Now, let us say what we do. We have to move further to understand it. So, contest also submit a revised program which accurately reflects the actual program of work. Well, if this is not convincing to me, well, it's there in FIDIC, we have to accept them. It's not revised program. It's a real reflection of progress, you can say. It's a progress curve, it is. Rather than saying this, I think some copy paste has confused this guy. Nobody examined, nobody revised, revisited what they have done. Actually, this is not revised program. This is a progress of work. This is S curve on another S curve. This program means S curve. S curve means you can say when the S curve tells that there's no, they may be behind or they may above. They will know house taken, yeah, really taken. Now, let's say you have submitted that program, then initial program, initial program and each revised program shall be submitted to engineer in one paper copy. Now it's saying one paper copy. See, this is the problem. One electronic copy and additional paper copies, as stated in contact data, and shall include you talk to your consultant better, I think, rather than complying what this line is saying. I think there's less experienced people who work on this. Uh, then you can say a commencement date and time for completion of works and each. Now it says that these copies, as stated in contact data, shall include what? Commencement date, of course, this will be commencement date. Time for completion, of course, it is the and of each section, if any. And then date, right of access. Date, right of access to and possession of each part of site is to be given to contractor in accordance with time of times. Now let's go further. Let us say what you want to is given or not. Initial program and each revised program shall be submitted to engineer in one paper copy, one electronic copy, and additional paper copies and this shall include commencement date, time of completion of works, and each section, date, right of access to and possession of each part of site is to be given to contractor in accordance with time of time of stated in contract date, and if not stated date, the contractor requires employer to give right of access to and possession of each part of this date. So let's read again. It's a confusing statement. Date, right of access. So it simply should write right of access date to and possession of each part of that site to be given to contractor in accordance with time or times stated in contract date, and if not stated dates, contractor requires employer to give right of access to and possession of each part of this date. Now see order of which order in which contractor intends to carry out works. Order in which contractor intends to carry out works, including anticipated timing of each stage of design, preparation and submission of contractor's documents, procurement, manufacture, inspection, delivery to site, construction, erection, installation, work to be undertaken. Well, let's go again. It's given in a different way. Let me see. In order in which contractor intends to carry out works, including anticipated timing of each stage of design, preparation and submission of contractor's document, procurement, manufacture, inspection, delivery to site, and construction, erection, installation, work to be undertaken by nominated subcontractor as defined in subclause 5, nominated subcontractor testing. And D. Review periods for any submission stated in specification are required under these conditions. What does it mean? Let us say, before this paragraph, what we said, date, right of access to and possession of site or possession of each part of job given to contractor should be in accordance with time indicated on contract, and if it's not indicated, this contractor requires employer to give right of access to and possession of each part of site, or an order in which contractor intends to carry out works, including anticipated timing of each stage of design or any preparation and submission of contractor's documents, procurement, manufacture, inspection, delivery to site construction erection, installation, installation, work to be undertaken by any nominated subcontractor as defined in subclass 5.2, nominated subcontractor, and requirements. So, what we say? These descriptions of each are given. You have to check them, go through all and imply with them. Times have been fixed. You have to work with them. You have to follow them. Each stage is given. Each stage to be complied with. Site supervision, construction, erection, all it's there. They are not a blind site. Okay, we go further. What's that? Review period for any submission. Review period for whatever submission stated in specification are required under these conditions. Review period for any submission. Submission is you submit material, you submit drawing, you submit whatever. There is a review period and this must be complied with. Then sequence and timing of inspections and tests specified in required by contractor. So, review period for any submission stated in specification or required under these conditions. Sequence and timing of inspections done, right? Now come on further. Uh, I say sequence and timing of inspections and tests specified in required by contract. For a revised program or where you're online, not online office schedule, sequence and timing of remedial works, if any, to which engineer has given a notice of no objection under subclass 7.5, defects and rejection and or remedies work if any instructed under subclass 7.6 remedial works. Remedial works, so non-compliances you can say. Okay. All activities to level of detail stated in specification. To all activities to level of detail stated in specification, logically linked and showing earliest and latest start, earliest and latest start, and finish dates for each activity, total flood, total flood, cell. Okay, let's move on. So analysis you have to do for everything. There's some changes in this form, the last one. So we have to be careful in understanding what it says. All activities to level of detail stated in specification, logically linked, logically linked again I'm saying, logically linked means connected to and showing earliest and latest start and finish dates for each activity, float if any, and critical paths. So critical path means C part is talking or CPM is talking or critical path method. So we are using bar charts these days, but they are only critical path. No problem. You can work part also in no problem to us. No problem to us. There's part also. CPM is critical path method and part is PERT program evaluation review techniques, old method, but this talking indirectly that one. Maybe bar chart they will like, no problem. But practically still bar charts is we know. So dates of all locally recognized days of rest. Dates of all locally recognized days of rest. And holiday periods, if any. Yes, if any. After that, that's move. Let me put something here. If I use fan, it is wind, the breeze comes to my eyes, and if I put it off, I feel hot. And that's the problem. So dates of locally recognized days of rest and holiday periods, if any, right? All key delivery dates of plant and materials. Key delivery dates of plant and materials. Which date you are going to receive them, and that can be known from your material submission and delivery status. Sorry. Then for a revised program and for each activity, actual progress to date, any delay to such progress, and effects of such delay on other activities, if any, and all right. All key delivery dates of plant and materials for revised program and for each activity, actual progress to date, any delay to such progress, and effects of such delay on other activities, and a supporting report which includes description of all major stages of execution of works, description of all major activities or stages of execution of works, a general description of methods which contractor intends to adopt in execution of works is very important point. general method which general methods which contract interest real power theory. Alright, before let us understand again what does it mean. It says what is a general description of methods which contractor intends to adopt in execution of works. Details showing contractor's reasonable estimate of number of each class of contractor's personnel. Details showing contractor's reasonable estimate of number of each class of contractor's personnel and of each type of contractor's equipment required on site for each major stage of execution of work. So this is the talking is supporting report means resource support actually. This is not supporting report. They are just twisting terms. I don't know for what. It is resources. It's saying first it says description of all major stages of execution of work. Certainly description must be there. Then general description of methods which contractor intends to adopt in execution of works, and details showing contractors' reasonable estimates of number of each person's class contracting by persons and each type of contractor equipment and each and is required of sites and for each major changes of execution of yeah, is this. This is the point of support. So details showing contractors' reasonable estimate of number of each class. Actually, this is I know histograms of staff, histograms of crew, workforce, histograms of equipment, and histograms of material, whatever is there, and which things like that. They stop there for some time. They come go back. Don't be so dedicated, something. No, we have known about this. What we want to say, histograms of resources, human resources, histograms of equipment, and major stages of works. Now, if revised program identification of any significant changes to previous program submitted by contractor and contractor contractors proposals rules and so let's move further. We'll take up this again because it's little tedious what the writing is. So what you say, revised program identification of any significant change to previous programs submitted by contractor and contractor's proposal to overcome effect of any delay on progress of works. Engineer shall review Engineer shall review initial program and each revised program submitted by contractor, or you can say each progress report, you can say submitted by contractor, and may give a notice to contractor stating extent to which it does not comply with contract or such cases to reflect actual progress or is otherwise inconsistent with contractor's obligations. If engineer gives no such notices within, if what is that? Engineer shall review an initial program and each revised program submitted by contractor may give a notice to contractor stating extent to which it does not comply with contract or ceases to reflect actual progress or is otherwise inconsistent with contractor's obligations. If engineer gives no such notice within 21 days after receiving initial program or within 14 days after receiving a revised program, engineer shall be deemed to have given a notice of no objection and an initial program or revised program as case may be shall be shall be programmed. Changes and changes, baseless changes, new generation changes. Contractors shall proceed. Contractors shall proceed in accordance with program. Okay. Subject to contractors' other obligations under contract. Employers' personnel shall be entitled to rely on program when planning their activities. Of course, certain. Uh, game. If this is a game, why should we play it? Question is that. So I say employers' personnel shall be entitled to rely on program when planning their activities. Nothing in any program, nothing in any program or any contractors, nothing, what is this? Nothing in any program of or any supporting report shall be taken as or relieve contractor of any obligation to give a notice under contract. Okay, so nothing in any program on a supporting report shall be taken as war relief contractor of any obligation to give a notice under contract. At any time, engineer gives a notice to contractor that program fails to the extent stated to comply with contract or ceases to reflect actual progress or is otherwise inconsistent with contractor's obligations. Contractor shall within 14 days after receiving and okay, let's say again so we can interpret it wrong. Again, I read this and we'll talk in general. Then nothing in this program, nothing in any program or any supporting report shall be taken as a relief contractor of any obligation to give a notice under contract. So contract is never free actually. Say it any time engineer gives a notice to contractor that program fails to extend stated to comply with contract or ceases to reflect actual program or is otherwise inconsistent with contractor's obligations, contractor shall within 14 days after receiving this notice submit a revised program to engineer in accordance with this clause. This is 8.3 and we'll start 8.4. Let me see whether to start now or we'll start later on, because next is 8.4, that is advance warning. We'll see. Now, we cannot run like anything. We have to understand what you're talking here, because there's some confusion also in this revision. I don't know what they are doing. Confusion terms they are changed is that's in program and revised program. This is S curve actually they don't understand when you submit something. This is a reflection of S curve in these, and they're not mentioning here. They are saying original program and revised program. Then revised program they are calling progressive. It's progress. Some confusion somewhere. I think advanced technology is not advancing minds, it's only advancing itself. And that's causing a problem. These people are not experienced one sitting in the European Union and just forwarding something without any self-inspection or self-review or so-called proof checking. They are just moving for sake of changing something which is not in interest of profession. It's not criticism, because I have seen many contracts. This devotion of contracts terminology is very significant. Otherwise, people who work on that can confuse, because this talk that is which I just now in progress. This is clause 8.1, or you can say this 8 after royalties are finished. Commencement delays and suspension. This part this part of commencement delays and suspension is very significant on whatever contract of construction, because this impacts both parties, not one party alone. This impacts adversely or positively on contractors as well as on engineer who's not a party on contract yet. It impacts its performance efficiency, and of course employer is affected. Suspensions are common on projects. You cannot say that it's random or real. I have faced suspension, it happens. And there are so many suspensions these days on all over the world due to SARS to COVID-19. Every project has been suspended because of force majeure, not because of fault of contractor or fault of employer. This is a part of nature, and though it should come under force majeure, when we go to that part of force majeure, we understand this. This is a suspension, but this is not that kind of suspension, because it is easy to deal with. But when you meet suspension in real world, that is due to contractual problems or due to design problems or due to some conflicts, you're not operating within contract itself, and you are not understanding contract properly, or you are not constructed well your imagination of contract, whatever your reason, your interpretation is different. While you say convention says one thing, clause says another thing, you not got clarification at time of bidding, so that point always impacts you, pinpoints onto you, and which is too late for clarification, because binding, you are already bound by that contractual rope. You cannot relieve yourself because of that binding until that clause is set void legally, which is either by arbitration, and that doesn't mean you go to arbitration for every point of view. That's also a waste of time. For every point, you have to compromise in a contractual method. Compromise means if you do not lose any time or money because of that point, it doesn't mean that you can either compromise or you gain this, because you have to protect your reputation also, because you are a professional contractor. I'm not calling simply contractor, because I don't mean these are contractors, these are professional organizations that employs engineers, foremen, managers who are all well educated in profession. They know their jobs, and because of that structural positions in contract organizations, that organization itself is professional. You cannot simply say, I is a contractor, nothing. Internationally, contractor is equal to employer and engineer. That is world status, and contract is very standard word, respectable word. We cannot take it just for granted, and that's why I say we cannot move to disputes for every clause. These are only small contract with more clauses, because this is contractual clause we are talking. In relation and tie up of this are specifications as well, because the specifications are technical contracts. This is commercial contract. There is a direct relation of this commercial contract laws to those applications of technicalities, which are all in specification. That may be general specification, or that may be project specification, and that too depends upon FEED, which is called front end engineering design. That's further down to that. That's also a part of contract on EPC projects, and that you have to deal with that also when interpreting all clauses. So it comes from field and goes to specifications and then goes to contract. This hierarchy stays there. So we have to be very serious in arriving to certain conclusion. What you're saying is right or it's not suitable. So that means your pragmatism, your analysis of complete contract documents. This is also called analysis, that you have to analyze complete contents of all documents of contract, and that is very important to understand. Young people must understand this clearly before jumping into conclusion of this is this and this is that. Because don't forget, other guys is not sleeping. And engineers should also be clear about it. I blame engineers also. Engineer means contract engineer. I'm not talking general engineers. I'm talking those engineers who are responsible for design and management. Design is one part, management is the other part, but management part is more important, because it involves cost, it involves time, it involves legalities, and if either of these are affected, performance of contract is affected. Design can be resolved, it can be revised, it doesn't matter. But once contract is agreed upon, it cannot be revised. It has to be paid for. That's on the end. Award must be there. Otherwise, you have to either be silent, digest, or if you want to raise voice confidentially, you can. But depends on what you have calculated yourself about that, because it goes to those people sometimes they don't understand contract, which is fault of contractor. Because I have seen in this country, particularly in Bharat, India, there is a deficiency in arbitration. because these companies have got some sources to retired judges and advocates or senior advocates who all play behind scenes of arbitration curtain, and they have their internal relations unknown to others. But intellectual, whoever he is, engineer who is responsible for design of contract, I am saying design of contract, not drawing, design. Design the structuring of contract, because arbitration clause is non-structural clause but structural in itself. Many times I have explained this to people that arbitration clause, or you can say disputes resolution clause or alternative forum for dispute resolution, is embedded in this contract for purpose of connection but not activated with other contract conditions. This is separate contract, contract within a contract. It's not subcontract, contract within a contract of same power. Even if this whole contract is declared void by court, court got no power to declare arbitration part void. No one can do that. Whole contract can be declared void, but that cannot be declared void, which is called arbitration clause, though I should not say arbitration clause, but it is arbitration contract. So keep in mind, arbitration contract is very powerful only if there are disputes. Otherwise, it has got no meaning. It is just a formality. I was involved in one such consultancy on my own, and I was giving that advice to that company, defendant company, you can say, and sorry, company was claiming something. One, they hired some advocate, and that advocate tried to tell me, I want to give you free advice. What advice you want to give? Please don't include this arbitration clause in your contract. Do not advise someone. I told him, you are only advocate. You are not engineer. You don't know what is meaning of arbitration. That's why you are talking. No, 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 it's not. Yes, it is that. Do you know no party involved would sign any contract if there's no arbitration provision? You are in India, you are a data advocate, and they are all dead judges. They don't work and you don't work. That's why you want to pull on and get contract used, looted by you. That's why we're talking about this. Arbitration can be settled in 1 year, 2 years. Your courts won't settle in 20 years. You want that? Who shall come out fully think? He then kept silent because they didn't like me, they all. That was the problem. Means they can be full party. I prepared myself by all statements. I did not give him anything. This is technical document. This is contract. You have to extract some material from everywhere. What happens on sites, only those people know who are involved. How can judge know and how can advocate know? They are office people. They never go to sites. They never know what's happening. It is same thing like a doctor in operation theater. What judge knows about that? What advocate knows about that? Nothing. So we are operators. We operate ourselves. We know what's fact. Everything cannot be given legal correspondence. We have so much verbal transmission, so much writing transmission. You cannot say everything moves according to civil procedure codes. It's not that. And that's only a reason that civil procedure codes are exempted from application arbitration. These don't apply. There's no such way that you have to follow them. Otherwise, there is no meaning left for dispute resolution in arbitration. Why arbitration has come ultimately? This is only reason. And previously, 96, you see, in 1996, there was a provision that this can be set aside by court. Later on, this was covered up. This could not be set aside by court later on. Again, they wanted to change something. That's the reason that no company wants to come to this country, because arbitration clauses stand in a way. If you set aside an award, for example, then what's the meaning of award? You want to dominate yourself despite you know nothing about that field. Why do you want to do that? Because you get money. That's the only reason. I have seen retired Supreme Court judges sitting in, no engineer there. Why no engineer here? Engineers are not interested. First point is that. Engineers run away from responsibility. Second point is that. Engineers don't want to concentrate on act and on this process. These methods they run away from, despite this is job of engineers, but they are not doing it, unfortunately. Except for government engineers, I'm not talking about secret engineers, they do it. But I don't consider them for this because they are not doing practice on site. Those people who work on site, who deal with contracts directly, those people can do better about than these clerical people who don't know anything. They just, you show me, you show me, you. How can you prove everything? You cannot prove everything. Something happened on site. Yes, you can't prove that. There were 50 persons there, 40 have gone, 10 are there, records are not available, but work is there. Work cannot run away. We are not trained in your, you can say, a legal field. We are not trained. You are not trained in technical field. We are not trained in legal field. How can both match together? You are devoid of our knowledge. We are devoid of your knowledge. So how can we sit together and come to one conclusive point? We cannot. It's better. My suggestion to engineers is whenever you draw some contract, keep arbitration portion qualified. Don't leave it to hands of contractor or hands of owner. Write clearly that we want engineer in this position with this academic and experience. 15 years is a minimum experience required for an arbitrator. So clearly right, we want civil engineer with this field and this experience, we want mechanical engineers with this, only then you can bar these earning people of arbitration and justice can be delivered, protection can be done. Otherwise, you remain in your bending moment and sheer force, enjoy your life there. That is not end of engineering. End of engineering, this, you are doing closure of job, but you are thrown out after that and they are enjoying in closure of job. They are resolving your disputes while they know nothing about disputes and you created disputes or you were given disputes. You are nowhere standing in front of them. Honorable sir, your lordship. What is lordship in arbitration? There is no lordship. Nobody is lord there. I paid to this man, he delivered me this work. This is only there. Why I should call that person Lord? You are not my Lord. But they want 2 lakh rupees for proceeding, 3 lakh rupees for proceeding for what? I have to prepare car for you. I have to give hotel for you. I have to give air ticket to you. I have to shoe your polish. I polish a shoe. What does it mean? I am not getting that much fees. You are getting sitting for one day. I hate it. I had a dispute with one retired judge, SC judge in this case. I will not take name of that one. I was very angry with him. He raised question, who are you asking this question? I asked him simply. Okay, you are honorable because we are also honorable. We are not sweepers. We are not cleaners. We are having same status as you are. What difference do you and I have? No difference. So act, behave properly. I am a consultant of this company. So I want an advocate. What for you want an advocate? I'll explain to you. You want explanation of an advocate. Where is the law given that you must have advocate? There's no such law. Because you want to talk to advocate. It's your habit. You can't adjust in your life. We can adjust. We can talk to a labor. We can talk to a chowkidar. We can talk to a guard. We can talk to a chairman. You only want to talk to advocate. This is a difference. Status, you want to have status. You keep your status of the job. You are not doing justice. That was my argument with them. Sorry, I'm just stopped because of this. Because we don't understand what we have to do. And that's where we find these problems in life. And I challenged him. I challenged them, prepare one petition for me. Way I have prepared. What he used to say, just sign a letter and send to that one. We want this payment. Oh, you cannot sign like that. You just sign a letter. I have to take this one. What will you provide? What does it mean? Is this a way of writing? This is a contract. Can you simply write, hey, employer, give me this much money out of training and send this by post? This is the way of claim. If you talk like this, you go and learn for what is your law. First learn law. This is not pay, it is valuation, it is estimation. You have to support with details, you have to do everything. It is takes time. Your Jethalani cannot do it. What will do it? You do it and prove that you are an advocate. I pay you, prove you make petition I have made. They know, they don't know, but because they have required under pressure, because engineers do not come in front, and I don't like this. Engineers should be open. It's no mathematics there. It's our mathematics. They only know some law. That's all. Evidence you give me evidence. I can also say you give me evidence. I'll decide what's there. You decide diverse cases. You decide this is contract of technical knowledge. One was just arguing, could not understand what is scope. This retired judge, Supreme Court judge, he even could not understand the scope despite complete explanation provided to him. Oh, this is in the scope of this particular. No, same question again and again. And I can name that person. Those secret I won't name. High profile judge, highest profile judge of land. Same question asking again and again. Is this testing and commissioning in scope or no? Written clearly, it's not in scope by raising this question. But no. Again, you tell them, you prove them. It's in contract, you read it. They can't read it. That's why I'm saying this commencement, delays, and suspension is very important part of this contract or this FIDIC, and this impacts us a lot. And because we don't have proper administration on sites, and our head engineers, or you may say project manager, whatever you can call them, they also are not very learned in that. If you see seminars they attend, all technical, there is no such seminar I've seen in my career here. Actually, somebody came from England one time in Delhi, and he talked about chartered engineer, something like that. He could not explain as well. I have not seen any such seminar where engineers can interact about law. Why don't they want? I don't understand. I don't theory behind that. Without law, you cannot be an engineer, first of all. How can you design a contract without knowing law? You cannot. Then you are being played in hands of others. Whatever they want, they can write against or in favor of you. You are working, you work for years on a project, but you do not know what is in contract. You only know specifications, you only know quantities, you only know design, and you keep your contract below your chair and don't see it. So naturally, others would take advantage of you. For everything, if you run to a lawyer, explain to me, make a drafting for me, it has happened. Lawyer does not know what you're talking about. He doesn't know. You write, he will change complete language and bring it to zero answer. He will tell you such thing, oh no, this is not suitable for answer. Or he will add something which is more difficult. More difficult. This happens because they want to keep their value up. They want to say, oh, you don't know this, you telephone me, I'll search it out, I'll find out what's meaning of that. The meaning is clear. In the arbitration, our lawyer is something which is incorrect. Something is, somebody agreed in the agreement, we revised the agreement, there's reaction. This is unconstitutional. Other parties prove it unconstitutional. I ask him, why did you use this word? Well, I'm not a lawyer, but you should not say something. If this company has signed an agreement or agreed to something, you can't say his mind was not working or he was abused. This person is not the owner of a company. How can you say this? This mind was not working at that time. Can you say that? A managing director of a company, and you're saying he was abused by other party. He's not a layman. He's an engineer. He's a managing director of the company. And you are telling in arbitration this was unconstitutional. So you have to prove it. How can you prove it? Can you prove that person is mad? Then send him to asylum. Such people are there who just want to jump into your profession without having 1% knowledge of profession. That causes a big problem. That causes a big one. Means you did not do mistake in your project, but you have to pay for nothing. or you abuse other party and harass other party and you don't want to pay both way. It's not correct. Means you should not lose your party also. That's one point. If I have subcontractor or main contractor or a party gives me something helps me in my project, I should protect that person also. Otherwise, in future contracts, that party won't be available for me. Why should that party come when I am not good for them? That also we have to keep in mind. And that is the reason that parties, companies fall because they disconnect with all due to this. Means there are so many instances I've seen people want to abuse others. Problem is your mistake is your you want to claim on someone else. By example, is your concrete was not good, your supervision was not good, your curing was not good, it failed, and you are telling ready mix contractor you did not supply concrete. Is ready mix responsible for that? If there is a supervision fault, the supervision laughs on your part. This supervision is beyond control of that ready mix concrete supplier. What answer? Because your people did not cure well, you did not take proper care of cures. Is this fault of RMC? So we cannot suppress people unduly. Yes, if there's a mistake, that's a mistake. But problem is, in such cases, we lose time. If disputes erupt, we lose time, we lose money, consequential activities, follow-up activities are held up, and that is cause of everything. Extension of time is not applicable because of your mistakes. So you have to pay LDs or you will be blacklisted of future contracts, which is also not in your interest. That is why right men for right job or professional people for professional job are required. Otherwise, you can keep monkeys, no problem. Then you will receive monkeys for performance. Monkeys jump from one tree to another tree. Same thing you will get. Or if you need professional people who are mature enough, pragmatic enough, they understand plus and minus of everything. They understand. I'm not saying you need experts of contract. You need at least to understand what does it mean. Are these clauses interconnected or not? That is first requirement. These clauses must be in chain of same root. No clause should be out of chain. That clause out of chain is this does not relate to that contract. Certainly, why should be there something which has no relation to us? That should be deleted. At time of tendering, we should raise a question. This is not our clause. Why have we added this? Or explain how it is ours. If it's ours, we accept that. Each clause, because at end of job, when you have to submit completion, you have to certify that you have abided by, you have complied with all provisions in the contract, which means each and every clause you have complied with. You have to investigate, you have to scrutinize yourself. What did you comply with this clause? Did you comply with that or no? Or if there is some pendency of clause completion, then you have to see what is left behind. Just like we see in bill of quantities, all items have been complied or not, or somebody is left or not. That because we know it is quantity must have been done, but where it has to be done, we have to investigate. If because something is left, completion will come in different way, means they will just note in or punch list or something or year-to-day maintenance period. Same thing applies for clause. Maybe you are not understanding this now, but in future this may contravene your submission. That's what I'm saying. That's why contract is very important, and it should be taken care of by mature people. Young people cannot understand this, so you should have certain tolerance on this. Read it again and again. If something is not in chain, you should object it. And even if there is, we missed object that at that time during currency of contract, you can object it. At least you bring to attention of those employer and engineer who are responsible for this. In case they may answer anything, but on record there is some question because this is not in our project. Why it has been used for this? So that can to some extent help. At least you pointed out that okay, we did that, but you are intelligent enough to understand that there are some very superfluous clauses not relevant to paper. That, oh, this is general condition, no problem. No, there's a problem. If you go to the general, take it on low profiles and like that. Don't take it on high profiles. I can write to you low profile letter, but contract is not a letter. Contract is a letter of explanations. It is complete explanation that demanding something to be done. So this is not letter simply. This is a charter between two parties. Both parties have signed not only contract, each page of contract is signed. The same thing like the drawing is signing. It's signed by both parties. So this is a contract. You cannot say this is low profile. Okay, give me low profile answer, I'll accept that. They won't give in writing. Okay, we have signed it for, we have followed, and this will never come back. That's also to be no result of it. But it should be in writing somewhere that this is defective clause relevant to this post. And that would be, because ultimately it should not come in punch list in action. It can come in, but this was not acted upon. So act it or now. But nobody will explain what to act upon. With this, I close this. Thank you very much, gentlemen. And we'll take, I wanted to talk a little on that, but okay, next time we'll talk on this. So, whoever is still, thank you very much, all. And yes, Ross, thank you. So, thank you very much. And we'll close it now.